Hi guys, good morning, and we are live today for the Americas qualifiers of the World Esports IESF tournament with WEC 2023. We'll be your casters for today. I'm Rockhart, and with me is Burger Kim. How are you, Kim, today?
Good. Got a bit stressed out before the broadcast because I got locked out of my place, but I'm all right now. I'm here right now with you guys. So, yeah, I'm very excited for this one. And honestly, there's a lot going on in the MLBB scene. So, this is one of them, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Absolutely. I'm that's unfortunate. I'm very lucky. You're very lucky that you still got on. So that's very good to hear. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more later on, but for you guys out there, this is the Americas qualifier. So we'll see representatives from different countries battle it out for that slot in the WEC tournament that will be happening, I believe, in Romania later on in this year. And it's been 10 years from what I've heard since we have seen this tournament in Romania. That should be interesting.
They're hosting actually a couple of tournaments before, like way back. So for other titles as well. So I think this year it's gonna be big. I think especially like for MLBB because last season, well, last time it was in Bali. So this time it's yeah, in Romania. Beautiful city, by the way. And there's gonna be six game titles, 600 plus athletes with almost like more than five titles that will be in IESF this year. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the teams actually in Americas because they actually made a huge scene in the World Championships as well. So for me, I'm really looking forward to this one.
That's true. Actually, a lot of the what you would say here in locally for us, a lot of people really look forward to teams from Brazil as well. So, yeah, Americas definitely has a very booming mobile esports community, not just in MLB but also for different titles. So I completely agree. We'll definitely look forward to a lot of the games that we're gonna have today. And speaking of games, we do have a few best of threes in store for you guys. So hope you guys are ready wherever part of the world you're in. We're also live on the multiple channels. So say hi to us if you can see us. And yeah, very excited to see MLBB action here today. Um, there was a huge patch in MLBB that we just saw recently. So that should be interesting to see how teams are taking it. Because it's been a while since we've seen teams internationally fight. But for the meantime, here is the roster for Argentina right in front of your screens. Got Sid Meteoro, Hide on Bush, Arctic, and Frost.
Well, I love that hide on bush IGN. It's just so. That's Tigreal's line. So I like that. That's the
Yes.
first thing that came to mind. So it's just wow. I thought the other regions here were pretty witty, but Argentina, you guys are super creative. I love that. You mentioned Rockhart that this is also like one of the teams that people are looking forward to seeing, especially the noise, the impact they made in the recent international gigs. So I know Bush. I'm looking forward to that
Yeah.
Tigreal if ever.
I wonder if he is a Tigreal, right? We don't even know yet. So, I this is the fun thing about watching international tournaments, especially from the up and comers. You never know what's gonna be coming up right now. In the recent patch, we did see a lot of changes, but for the meantime, let's watch the roster here from the opposition. On the other side, right now, it is going to be Team Brazil. We got Buzizio, Luna making the comeback here, Super Syndra, Upatizi, and Black.
Oh, Luna and Upatisi. Yeah, we've seen these guys. We've seen these guys play, and I love it that they're making this comeback as well in IESF. So it's Brazil and Argentina for you guys. So a couple of interesting ideas. And you mentioned the patch, right, Rob Hart? It's pretty big for this one. A lot of heroes that were given buffs. Some of my favorites personally. So a lot of tags. Some items were nerfed as well. So I think that's something we should take into consideration.
What are these
And this is
specific
the
favorites?
specifically.
That'll be
Oh
cool.
man. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Carmilla. Like I think I always say this on stream everywhere because I love her.
Oh,
I love everything about her. So
there it
I
is.
love the fact that her roots are also in Romania, right? Like her character is based from a Romanian story. So I love that. It's all connecting together. Favorite hero. Maybe there's a specific reason why I like her. She's very tanky, has sustain, but I'm not so sure if this is the type of hero that will be utilized here in this patch right now. Like maybe some teams are comfortable with it. She's sort of like a niche pick. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, other regions surprised me. So let's see for this one. Hopefully they'll bring it out.
Oh, you never really know, right? And I'm very excited to see what our teams are gonna bring out today. And of course, we got a huge prize pool of $100,000 on the line here for the final. So that's something that these teams are definitely going to be fighting for. And again, I have to bring it up again. It is best of three for the day. It is going to be the first one. And again, we have seen a lot of these teams, both of these teams, previously from other major international tournaments as well. So exciting to see. But that, for me personally, that's been a while, right? Those times that we have seen Luna come out on stage. I believe that was way back in the previous World Championships for MLBB. So that's something to definitely watch out for.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, like with these regions being so close to each other, I think the meta should more or less be the same, right? Like these teams usually like put up scrims together, they play together, they're playing in the same server. So I think more or less these teams should have some information on each other. But what makes it really interesting when I do international casts is because I get to see like what sort of meta is in this region, what sort of heroes are favored in this region because it really varies. Like it's different cultures all around the world. I think even for for the land of Dawn, it's also the same, right? Like different flavors, different type of play style. So that's something I'm looking forward to here today too. So best out of three, there's a lot that can happen here, Rockhart, especially since BO3s it's either a sweep or you can force it out to a game three.
That's true. I'm pretty sure some of the players that we have right now are definitely looking forward to what kind of meta these teams are going to shape. Especially, I feel like I've been seeing the rank games recently. They've been really, really rowdy. A lot of alphas making a comeback on the XP lane. So that's something that maybe we can watch out for. And I wonder if we'll ever see the old Luna Akai make a comeback here. You know, you never really know, right? I remember her name was actually his name rather his name is actually from named after his daughter or her daughter here,
Oh yeah, yeah,
which
yeah.
is it really touched a lot of hearts here when I heard that the origin, the background story of these teams from Brazil. Definitely these players from Argentina definitely should be one to watch out for as well.
Mhm. Especially both Argentina and Brazil, they're quite popular here in the Philippines. They actually have a good fan base. Like whenever they would post something on their social media accounts, it just gets a lot of traction, especially from the Filipino fans, Southeast Asia fans, like all around the world. These I mean, all eyes are on these people as well. So um, pretty big, especially since this is probably one of the biggest appearances that they will have actually for this year. So I always say this every time that there's a BO3 or like even in the group stages, the starting stages. Um, this is the time wherein like you get to check what your opponent is like. You get to check like what their comforts are like, or at the same time like you can kind of tell like what their play style is. So it's gonna be an interesting day. So from today, 25th up until the 28th, you get a lot of MLBB actions for America, and yeah, there you have it. America and Brazil coming up next.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge BO free. I'm glad we're out of that BO ones because recently there have been a lot of BO ones, especially in other major tournaments where we've seen teams really fall off. So let's go ahead and start this best of three between Argentina and Brazil, all on the line with a road to Romania this time around. It's gonna be,
I didn't cure the
I
pain.
believe,
Your team.
Argentina on the blue side, and of course Brazil on the red side.
Here's the thing about the banning, right? 10 bans for the first phase. So I actually did a show earlier, an MLBB show. So we talked a bit about the patch, whether or not the buffs or the nerfs actually will have an effect on the hero. And this is actually one of the heroes that we discussed. When was Valentina released? 2021, right? 2021. It's already 2023, and this girl is still up on the ban list. So I mean, her ultimate's a game changer, and I honestly would put her in the prio ban as well. I don't know about you, Harakar.
Valentina definitely a worthy band there. And Wanwan, actually, marksmen in general have actually been a target ban for a lot of regions for a long time now. And I was wondering what's gonna happen now that we've seen changes to Demon Hunter Sword, right? To the Golden Staff,
Golden
these
Staff
attack
too.
speed items, right? So that's something that maybe we can watch out for here today.
Valentina. There's also adjustments or nerfs on the Kaja, the Fire Mist that is a popular pick. I would say in all the regions that I've casted, the Arlot has been nerfed, but I don't think it's enough to take it out of the ban list just yet. I mean, it's such a game changer, especially with the meta right now. Well, this is the Southeast Asian meta. It's more of like the heavy sustain, right? And the Arlot is just a great answer to that. So I like these first two bans, but I think for the red side, they can choose to ban like maybe like the S tier heroes. I've yet to see like new heroes in the patch come out. Like maybe these two teams will actually surprise us. We talked. I actually discussed a little bit about the alpha jungle earlier in my MLBB show, and we talked about the true damage. So will this be alpha back in the jungle, or yeah, maybe like what you said, right? Could be in the XP lane as well.
You're talking about the Alpha Unlimited True Damage build,
Mhm.
the machine gun build that we've been seeing here. That's definitely something to watch out for. And I wonder if teams are ready to do that right now. But we also want to see on game one who is going to be establishing their comfort picks. That's something to find out for sure. But right now, nothing is. We don't see any targeted bans yet. So maybe something
Right.
that we can see here on the next phase of the pickings. Very excited, definitely. I also
It's taking that
will.
time too.
Oh yeah, there it is. There's a Paramus. Still
That is-
gonna be locked out. Again, time and time again, this hero has been nerfed to the ground, but still definitely
Mhm.
something to fear here. The world of MLBB.
Oh, here's the thing. I have a question though, Rockhart. Is Novaria open right now? I think that's one of the heroes that we have to consider as well in the banning phase. I'm not so sure if it's free to use as well in the tournaments, or maybe still not allowed to use. I mean, it needs like a 2 week period, right, before you can use it in the tournaments. Not so sure about this one, but I would love to see it. That's very bold though.
Oh.
Cat on the bush. Look at that Lancelot.
All right, starting off strong here with a solid jungle pick. Again, if you have not been watching a lot of international MLBB, this hero has been flexed on the tank role with a Demon Slayer emblem and a Molten Essence. But then again, Molten Essence also a target of the bans, or the nerfs rather, in the recent patch. And wow, okay, a very specialized pick. I'm not sure what I feel about this. But definitely just
There you
flexing
go.
it maybe. There it is.
I mean, the skin is quite rare, so I would definitely flex that one. But I love this first two picks from Brazil as well. They got an Eve to cover the high ground. They also got a Grok. Still not so sure if this is an XP lane Grok, like the lethal type of Grok, or is it a Robo Grok. So very flex pick, very flexible, can go pro. So great answer. But Argentina, super aggressive here.
Yeah, actually, the Eve, I'm surprised it got through. Usually, the Eve is one of the prio bans for the blue side, or the red side rather. And now it's been going out. They are able to pick it up, and it's gonna be Argentina with a Kaja, like you mentioned. I wonder if the changes are enough to really merit picking it up still, despite the really massive changes to this hero.
Well, the Kaja, I would say it's a great answer. Like next to the Franco, that is probably one of the heroes that can cancel the real world manipulation or the ultimate of the Eve. So I understand a pick might go, more or less should go to the Rome. I mean, if they do put it in mid, there's not a lot of AoE. So maybe perhaps we could see the Farsa, not unless Brazil will ban that out in the second phase. Will they go aggressive as well with this third pick? Because they got a pretty aggressive lineup here for Argentina. So I'm not so sure if they'll lock in their jungler as well. And Redbit's still pretty good right now, despite the nerfs that it was a given. So still a thing. Still a thing.
Yeah, and don't forget, Frederick's also a strong jungle possibility and an XP laner, which can be
Mhm.
flexed very, very well. So I love this third pick right now coming in from Brazil. Wonder what Argentina is going to come on. I mean, what they have right now is, of course, that Kaja, which will kind of discourage any strong, aggressive plays. So they're going to have to really pick out who they're going to pick up on the gold lane here. I think the gold lane they need some of that range so they can kind of just force the Kaja into a situation where he needs to go for those flickers, right? So of course Farsa going out, you still want to make sure that your mid lane is going to be the target, or you want to make sure this Eve is safe, and of course banning out Farsa is one of the easiest ways to do that.
Yeah, Farsa, like I mentioned, we usually see like those high ground mages battling it out in the mid lane. I'm not so sure right now if they're gonna be suppressing that mid role. Like maybe perhaps like I'm still not so sure about the Novaria. I'll check it out later if it's allowed to be used in this tournament because I think it's such a great has great range, gives the vision for the team. So I mean, there's already a Kaja. What more if you combine it with the Novaria? Not so
Oh
sure.
yeah.
They probably should take away maybe like gold laners here. I'm not so sure what Brazil has in mind here. Will you
Yeah.
make sure that you guys have the upper hand in AOE, or will it be a gold laner battle?
Yeah, that's definitely something we'll have to ask later on because I'm also not 100% sure. And I love that they're really, really banning out that mid lane, though. This is a very viable strategy. You want to make sure that your Eve, I mean, Eve already is OP, right? Like, just super duper strong. But banning out heroes that can potentially dive on the Eve, that is still pretty smart. Now, what will be the answer here for Argentina? They could still go and try to block out that gold lane. Beatrix, still a very strong pick.
Mhm.
And the gold, aside from obviously the banned out Wan Wan and the Brody as well. But if they do ban out that gold lane, they might be in trouble as well. Because don't forget, Argentina doesn't have their gold laner at this point. There's a Brody.
Spot on with the Brody. Spot on. Will they go for like a mage gold lane here? I think both teams they haven't revealed their gold laner just yet, and they've already limited a lot of options here. So perhaps I think for Brazil, they probably maybe safe answer here Beatrix or Melissa. I would say pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Or yeah, those things are still open right now. So maybe with that, I think they're just still waiting if they would pick the gold lane or maybe reveal like their roamer here because I'm really anticipating this is an XP lane, bro.
You know what? The Melissa is actually really, really strong right now for Brazil with the lack of super artillery mages like the Farsa, like the Eve. He could actually make an
Mhm.
appearance, and there it goes. Just like he called it, Melissa. Very strong DPS, looking good for Brazil. And of course, the hard counter to a Melissa. If you can hit those sniper shots from the runner's apathy, you could actually win out that lane altogether.
This biggest question though, Rockheart. Who's gonna be the mid lane? Oh yeah, I love
Oh,
this too.
wait,
I love yeah, those two. Any of those
those
are
two.
really good.
Any of those two. I mean, if you have a Kagura,
Any of
why
those two.
not, right? But yes,
Mhm.
absolutely
Yeah.
looking good right now. That is the pick you want to go for. You need range. And Argentina, they realize this straight on.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised why this wasn't like prioritized. So I think maybe a Lancelot here for Argentina was such a bold move. Plus, it might be a comfort here for Argentina as well. Because sometimes, I mean, it's fine. Like, okay, prio pick that. It doesn't matter. We're comfortable with it and we're confident about it. So I like that about Argentina. very solid, and they actually opt to pick out this Novaria, which a lot of us haven't seen just yet. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen it in ranked games, but in professional play, probably this is also my first time. Your first time as well, Rob. Hard to see this in play. Now, looking at Brazil, what are they going to go for? Will they go for center tags here? Is it the Brock as the roamer? That's the biggest question.
Oh man, that's right. Center Grok can also be flexed to XP lane. We've seen that a few times already. Now,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of flex here for Brazil. There it is. There's the SS.
Confirmed.
There it is.
Wow.
All right, Luna.
This is just
R-
very Blacklist
be cool.
International.
That's exactly
he's
what I
using the
was
skin
thinking,
too.
man. The BFF buff right here, guys. It's the BFF buff for Luna from Brazil, picking up the Estes on the 5th pick, and that confirms it. You have a jungle Fredrin and an XP lane Grok here for Brazil. And on the other side, we are gonna see Novaria coming out for Argentina. This should be fun, and this should be one for the books. I would love to see the possibilities that these pro players can do with the Novaria. I've seen a lot of clips already on YouTube and TikTok. I wonder if that's going to be a thing here today. I've seen one-hit wonders coming out from Novaria mains, and actually Novaria is kind of flexible as well if you put it on the roam position, but obviously we're not going to see that here.
Well, we actually I discussed that in my MLBB show. It was live, by the way, earlier, so you guys can check it out. Check out my page. So we talked a little bit about that, the Roam Novaria. I'd love to see it in mid, but Roam is just so good. You know, I tried this combo. Okay, since both of them are going up against each other, I've tried. Well, my squad has tried the Roam Novaria, and then even the mid lane. And it's just so hard for the mid lane to move. I mean, can you imagine that? Hold that thought, Rockhart. It's actually the XP lane, Fredrin, and a Grok in the jungle.
Whoa. All right, we got some innovation coming here from Brazil. That's actually quite rare if you think about it. But I like Argentina's early game, though. They are looking like they will have domination around the Lethal Wanderer. And of course, the Predator won't have much help as well for that. So overall, we do have quite a stalemate. We'll have to see who has the upper hand in the early game. Who do you think has that? Right now, it seems like we are going to see a lot more of a top-centric rotation coming in from Argentina.
And this is, most of the time, we see it gold lane rotation, since this is going to be the hero that will... Oh, wow, hey. A little bit low there.
That's a pretty good poke there coming in. Yep, and we will see, of course, Lancelot level 4 be wary of a power spike of this hero, although it is confirmed it is a tank build Lancelot still. Despite the nerfs on the Molten Essence, will still be picked up as a first item.
I think for Brazil here, they're also considering the fact that it's going to be a Lapu-Lapu in the XP lane, so they do need to sustain. I mean, if they're going to do like a Grok damage, that might be a bit hard, especially since Argentina does have the upper hand here. The junglers of Lancelot can dash in and out, securing objectives. And speaking of that one, here comes the first turtle of the game.
Yep, first turtle right now. It is a stun lock here. Hide on Bush having a hard time moving. It will be met with the Appraiser's Wrath, but not before he takes that turtle. Looking good so far for Argentina. That early game power really coming in strong, even with the first blood on the Estes.
Red team hero has been slain.
It's a really good start here for Argentina. Quite expected with the lineup. They can definitely go all aggressive. Lapu-Lapu, Lancelot, plus they got a Kaja as well, so they can keep that Melissa or Upatizi in check in the gold lane.
Man, you know what? Even though Argentina did win that out, you know what Brazil has coming for them is that gold lane, that Melissa. I'm actually not surprised. The early game of a Melissa is so good, especially with your muddles, obviously. Super duper strong harass. That even the Beatrix, right, who normally has a very strong early game, with the option to go for the snipes, the option to go for shotguns, go for those really scary early game. That's not really, we don't see that right now on the gold lane. But Argentina, they're really making up for that with some really strong rotations. And the funny thing, Burger Kim, we haven't even seen the Kaja on level 4 yet. We haven't seen any big divine judgments yet.
I mean, just the ring of order is enough, right? It's enough to check the bush. I mean, there was adjustments on the passive of the Kaja, so it's not as spammable. The ring of order wasn't is not as spammable as it used to be, but it's just still pretty good right now, especially with the Eve. Argentina's doing the best that it can, especially here in the first few minutes of the game, and this is something that they can definitely dictate with their just with their lineup because knowing for a fact that if this goes over to the late game, well, there's a Melissa that they have to consider as well.
Yeah, that's true. That Melissa. To be honest, they do have some dive factors, right? They can dive in with the Lapu Lapu later on. You can also make some really interesting plays with that Kaja for sure. But we won't see that right now yet. And I wonder if with this turtle buff they can have enough confidence to do that because if they don't intervene on that goal lane, I have seen that Melissa just break out so many games in half. So definitely something that Argentina will want to watch out for. And but so far so good. They did get first blood. I think they got two kills in that exchange plus a turtle. That must help the at least the global gold for the Beatrix at the very minimum.
I think that time Luna already was level 4, so we've seen the blessing of the Moon Goddess in that fight. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, the early game of Argentina really, Highland Bush, that's what I was pointing out earlier, can be super aggressive. Plus, a Lancelot is just the reason why it thrives in this tank meta is because it's not so easy to catch him. He can just dash in, dash out with that turtle, and still unscathed.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
I think Brazil basically threw everything but the kitchen sink in that last one. They threw out the Guardian's Barrier, they threw out the Wild Charge, but the Lancelot still got it, and I can see why Argentina picked it up as the first pick. Looking really good at the very minimum. They are taking these objectives. Now, we'll have to go on and hold off a little bit, so don't worry, guys. We might see a restart on the YouTube stream as well. So just refresh your tabs so we can get back onto the game soon. So overall, I think that we will see definitely more aggression coming in from Argentina in the next few minutes because they got to take advantage of this, right? Because again, they do have kind of a problem brewing on the top side of the map.
And here's the thing too, Rakhar. I was thinking that since it's a graph jungle here for the side of Brazil, there's also that factor of timing that wild charge. So you have to secure the objectives, right? You're the jungler. You also have some sort of setup here. So the timing has to be right. Even the blessing of the Moon Goddess of the Estes of Luna will have to be timed properly if they want to survive the clashes first, survive that early game, get that Melissa, get Kupatizi to scale up pretty well, and eventually win this thing mid to late game. But for now, they have to hold on to their fourth first and be sure that they get as much resources as they need.
Yeah, I think that was actually a pretty good call. I mean, we now see the reason why his name is Hydon Bush. I thought he was gonna go for a Tigreal, right? We all thought that, but no. His name is Hydon Bush because he's gonna be in the jungle a lot. Because he's a Lancelot. All right. I'm sorry, that was horrible. We will go in a little break here, but when we come back, we will continue game number 1 between Argentina and Brazil right here in the IESA 2023 Road to WE Championship. Stay tuned. It's Rock Hartenberg came on the mic for you guys here at the qualifiers for IESF WEC 2023.
Wow, and just like that, we see like a 9-4 here. Quick update, but that's gonna be the first Lord going to the side of Brazil this time. And wow, a lot of turrets were taken down in the first few minutes of the game, and not that far of a gold lead. That's a 4.5k gold lead for the side of Brazil in lead right now.
Yeah, looks like Brazil were able to really bounce back from that game, that early game victory that I think we saw from Argentina. And they do have a Lord pushing up on top right now. Looking like, despite this, obviously, I think that Hay still has a potential comeback here. I believe that we will have to see if Argentina can still survive, because right now, even with that, I would say minimal goal lead, it's still looking really deadly here for Argentina.
Yeah, if they can manage to survive this first level Lord, this should be okay for them. But the inhibitors have to go down this one. And speaking of Hay, he just picked up that Malefic Roar right now, as well as that Brute Force Breastplate, just as I called in that Malefic Roar for Black here. They're gonna try to take what they can get, but it seems like they're gonna be struggling a little bit when it comes to their range. Although I do like what I mentioned, I do like the vision that the
Yeah, look really good right now, at least for the wave clear department here for Argentina. You'll see that at least they're not able, or Brazil's not really able to touch these turrets. Right now, Flicker's being spent on both sides. That's just really good damage coming out from the Melissa, from the back line, really kept alive by this Estes. That puts the score 4-12. And the inhibitor turrets on mid and the bottom lane are at least still alive.
There's the necklace coming through for the Novario here of Meteoro. And of course, well, this is the time Brazil can go all the way. They do have the Estes here to sustain. Not so sure if they will be able to defend this one. There goes the real manipulation. Heals are coming through. I think Brazil is being, yes, a bit careful here. They are leading right now, but as for Argentina, just waiting for the proper timing as well for them to, well, I think for the Kaja here for Frost is to, yeah, at least pick off Syndra or Upatizi that does not have deaths just yet, right? I mean, this is exactly what they wanted. Two solid front lines here, sustained with the Estes of Luna, plus a crazy amount of damage from the Eve and the Melissa.
Yeah, right now Argentina trying to go for a big play, and looks like it's gonna at least spotted out here by Brazil right now, who seem to be on the offensive. Frost going down, immortality saves and keeps him alive. Hey, force a flicker out. Arctic trying to see if he can keep his retreating teammates from going down. He does that successfully. Wonder what Hide on Bush has planned on this Lancelot.
Well, he has to hide on the bush as of the moment, right? Maybe go for that potential steal. I'm not so sure. Okay, yeah, Super Cinder spots him out. And knocking up on this Lord. It's 1/4, half HP actually right now. Not so sure if this is a bait from the side of Brazil. They're gonna keep going at it.
Ah, beautiful dance right now coming in from Brazil. Arctic gonna be missing out on the bravest fighter. That's one big ultimate missing out for Argentina. Who's gonna do the initiation? Meteoro not making the Meteor's hit right now, but Reset's coming out. Battle is going down. Hide on Bush. Low HP with a Phantom Execute. I think that will secure Lord for Brazil with that trade.
Wow, so all you need to do is like poke the side of Argentina, right? It sends them back to their base. Plus, at this moment, right, they cannot afford any wipeouts. There's no inhibitors left here, and this is the second Luminous Lord for the side of Brazil. They're gonna try to at least go straight for the base. They got a solid front line here, but the winning condition here for Argentina is for, yeah, all eyes are on Frost right now. He has to make the play here. Upatizi, Super Syndra, but here's the Lord for Brazil. Will this be enough for them? Will this be enough to take game number one?
Yeah, hey, you gotta keep him alive, but looks like that's gonna be the main target of Vazio here. And there goes the Beatrix. Who's gonna go down next? Will Argentina have enough wave clear? I don't think so. With the Estes power play, it's gonna be game one going in favor of the Brazilian squad.
Solid start for Argentina, but Brazil just was able to hold out, able to get all those items. Plus, right, when you have that Estes is, well, heavy sustain on the clashes. You've seen it, guys. And congratulations to Brazil for winning in game number one. But that's just a best of three. So there's still one more game, and that's going to be match point for Brazil if they win this next one.
All right, so we'll have to wait and see what Argentina has up in their sleeves because that definitely was a doozy. I think we talked about it early on in the game. I mean, we saw the storm that was brewing on the top side of the map where you did see that Upatizi, I don't think he died in this whole game, Burger King.
Yeah, even Super Cinder there, he no deaths at all. So I'm not so sure who's the MVP. Plus the fact that superior positioning from both Upatizi and Super Syndra. I mean, I do understand the struggle that Argentina had in that game. There's a lot of resources that they use to at least take down the front line, right? And all Luna had to do was just heal, get that life back up. And I mean, for Hay, he had to consider as well. There's the Appraiser's Rat that he has to deal with, so he has to flicker out. So it's just difficult for Brazil, but I do like the fact that they were able to, yeah, at least capitalize on the early game. But for Brazil, though, holding out, that was the key.
You know what, Argentina, I still have to commend them, even though it was a very dominant performance from Brazil. They held out. I mean, the goal lane was very minimal. You mentioned it. It was like 4K, even though turrets were going down, lords were being taken. So that means in the early game, that must have been a pretty good start from Argentina. But we didn't really see, we didn't really see as much of a potential with these Kaja picks, right? We didn't see any big pickups on the Melissa, which I think that would have been the entry point. That would have been the way that you could break the armor if you could catch this Melissa, which again did not really happen from the bits that we did see in that game.
Right, and even the clashes too. Like most of the time, it was the Fredrin, and the Graf frontlining for the side of Brazil. And I mean, if you're a Kaja, right, you have to think through like every single divine judgment. You have to think it through. Is the Fredrin in position? Is the Graf there as well? So that's something that they have to consider the front line before they reach like Upatizi and even Super Syndra there. That well, I don't think, yeah. I mean, there were attempts, we've seen. There were attempts, but it was difficult, right? The Fredrin, Graf, plus the sustain from Luna.
I think the nail in the coffin there was Hay going down in that last fight, right? If the Beatrix stayed alive, that would have been massive. And we're gonna see here on the replays where we did see that early game that we were talking about. There was fight in Argentina, and they were ahead in some of these trades before 6 minutes. I love these replays because these are the ones that we missed out actually while we were restarting these streams. So that's it. That was basically it. That was the Estes difference that became the problem for the Beatrix.
And see, this is what I was talking about, right? Like Frost has to double think, has to have that decision making first before he heads in and try to pick someone off from Brazil. And team fight potential, obviously, Brazil has the upper hand with the Estes. But what I like about Argentina is their pickoff potential, right? It's there. But at the same time, they're struggling with the composition that Brazil has, right? Like Luna is just there, sustaining the clashes just like this. I mean, there were attempts. Bravest Spider, they did get the Estes, but at the cost of their gold laner getting taken down as well. So it was just really tough for Argentina, right? Go for the pickoffs, or at the same time, they wouldn't even notice that their backline has already been picked off. So this is still why Fredrin is such a good pick right now. XP lane, jungle, it's still a thing.
Yeah, it was huge. That last one, I didn't see that wild charge into Hay. I think that was the moneymaker there for Brazil when they were able to take out the Beatrix in that last exchange before they went to the base. And I think this is the start of the end here when we did see the Beatrix going down. That means there's no Bennett's Rage. There's nothing, right? There's nothing else they could do. I think the Lapu Lapu had limited wave clear. The Kaja Ring of Order is good, but it's in the late game. You can't really clear waves with it, right? Mostly it's used to slow down people.
It's just built for team fights here for Argentina. They did have some wins here, though. I have to give it to them. But, well, Brazil definitely got a great head start here in this best out of three. We'll be seeing more of Brazil, right? So this is basically match point already for them in the next game. If they do win this one, it's a clean sweep against Argentina. But, of course, for Argentina, right? Let's see if they're going to be on the blue side or the red side this time. And I think that actually impacts the picks as well, right? If you're going to be on the blue side or on the red side, so you have to think it through, right? Like what you want to pick up, what type of play style you would want. So that's something you guys have to watch out for game number 2.
That's true. I mean, if they can keep up with this death ball strategy, they have to ban out heroes that will counter it. For instance, I think the Arlot is actually a beautiful ban, but it was actually answered in Argentina side still. We didn't see any Diggy picks, which might have been a way to maybe counter the crowd control coming in from the Grok. But again, all of those were thought about here. And I believe Diggy was already patched out, so we should be available, right? So that's something that was different from other recent international tournaments that we've had so far.
Diggy, there were nerfs on the ultimate, but this thing is still pretty devastating, especially for the center tanks, right? I mean, in this meta, we're seeing a lot of center tanks come up, but for this particular match, it was more of the utility type, right? Like more of the Kaja, more of the Estes. So knowing these two teams, they can also play like center tanks, if I'm not mistaken. So we have yet to see that. So maybe game number 2 might be shift of plays out. But again, it will depend on the bans and on the mix of the players.
Yeah, I missed that Akai for some reason. I feel like the Akai would have been a big difference maker there. Maybe the Kaja was a bit problematic. Maybe there was a little bit of a difficulty in making the plays happen. So that's something that I want to look forward to. What are the alternatives for the Kaja, which seems to be falling in favor recently? Even though in other tournaments, it actually gets left open. It doesn't get banned out anymore like we used to see in the past year, where it's always Kaja ban, right? It's always so strong. So I wonder, with these changes, again, we are seeing a new patch for MLBB. Like, what will be the standouts rather? What can they do against this lineup that has the Estes? What can they do in the incoming draft here?
Yeah, I mean, if Luna's still gonna go for the Estes, definitely for the side of Argentina, they would want to go for aside from the pickups, right? They can go for like center tanks, Atlas, Cooper, maybe great answer to the Estes if they want to go that route. But I think the thing for game number 1 for Argentina was they locked in that Kaja before Luna was able to lock in the Estes. So it was more of like a surprise pick for their side too. And speaking of the Kaja, Rauhard, that is going to be Brazil banning that out, as well as the Fanny here for this side. Really quick bans as compared to game number 1, which they actually really took their time in banning. So Valentina is still open here. Novaria and the Arlot is still open.
That's a lot. That's actually a lot of heroes that we just talked about being left open here in the draft, being dictated by Brazil this time around on the blue side. So maybe I think the Arlot is something that you're going to have to think about. We also need to think about that Faramis, which is now also open. Faramis and Glue, I mean, you have to pick your sides, right? You have to pick one or the other. Usually they counter, there's a straight counter with that. So think about it. What's gonna come here in the draft? And I feel like it is a good time to maybe ban out that Estes on the third pick. If you're Argentina, maybe think about it, right?
Yeah, I mean Luna does still have that Akai. I've seen it in the roam role, right? But right now the Akai we see it more on the jungler role, more on the utility type of jungler. But final ban here for Brazil, I think they're just they're taking out these picks right to open up something like Valentina perhaps, Eve perhaps, or maybe they can take the Arlot if that's not banned out for
Oh,
Argentina and Valentina and for the last ban slot there for Argentina. What can they
this
start
should
out with
be a
here?
glue
Arlot?
pick.
Glue?
Glue
Yeah, both are
Arlot?
actually pretty good. It's very
All
safe too,
right.
right? Like if you pick up the glue, it's safe. It's really good in the XP lane, and at times you actually seen it in the mid lane. Such a lane bully, by the way. So I'd say for Brazil, they want to go aggressive. Go for the glue, right? It was banned out in game number
Ah,
one,
yes.
and
Ah, there it is.
I wonder if they'll go for the
For
turret
those
later.
watching, yeah, for those watching, it's really easy. If you see the Fires ban, expect the glue coming in from that team, and that's exactly what comes out here.
Clint being hovered here for Argentina. I think they're still thinking of a way to counter out this the glue. Great lane bully, XP lane, whether it be XP lane, mid lane. I've seen a jungler grew in rank days, but yeah, I don't think we'll see it here. It's a bit slow, especially with the buffs and nerfs on the items. But still, Iron Bush gonna lock in that last one. I mean, it was great, right? They were able to secure in objectives in the early, so Iron Bush is like, it's great, it's fine. I'm comfortable with this, and let's add up the range. Let's pick up the Eve. The Valentine is already out, so maybe perhaps for Brazil, should they pick up the Farsa right now? It was banned away by Argentina in the second phase in game number one.
That's actually a really good idea. Get that Farsa, maybe have a way to kind of deal with the artillery. Maybe that's something that we saw earlier that might have dominated that early game as well. If a Farsa is left open here, I feel like that would be a very good pickup. Let's go ahead, maybe lock in that Melissa as well. I don't know. That's something that it definitely will get picked up or banned out. No, it's gonna be the Beatrix this time around. It is that Farsa and the Beatrix. I mean, I would have loved the Melissa, but maybe Brazil has some other ideas coming in from the Rome.
For Argentina, this is like shades of Brazil in game number one. Yeah, speaking of shades of Brazil, and there you go, they lock in the graph just as we speak. The only difference is the Lancelot. I'm wondering what type of strategy they want to go for. I mean, they have good high ground here with the E. Definitely gonna give that blue a hard time, especially with the split that slow when you step into the real world manipulation. And now, second ban phase, they still don't have a jungler here for Brazil and their roamer. And you were talking about the Akai. You were hyping up the Akai on Luna. They're gonna ban it out here.
Love that Akai ban actually, and I think here we should see the possibility of a good strong, I don't know, roam, something that could kind of deal with the Grok maybe. Something sorry, that something that's gonna, what do you call this? Deal with the gold lane threat coming in from Argentina. Because if you pick up a Beatrix, you want to make sure that the Beatrix wins that lane. You remember in game one, the Beatrix completely lost out. So maybe they can ban out the Melissa, or maybe ban out those heroes that can block Beatrix, which can be Lolita. Again, those are also very much comfort picks. Or maybe the Lolita is going to be banned out for uh, Luna, but no, it's going to be the Estes. Of course, right, Burger King?
Yeah, two Luna heroes here. Massive respect coming through from Argentina. And now Brazil, actually, they're leaving a lot open here. They're actually, um, you know, banning away Arctic's heroes. I'm not so sure if maybe Hayes heroes will be taken out here. Claude, right? Usually like it's Claude Beatrix or maybe even Claude Melissa that we've seen in game number one. So what's it gonna be? A gold laner ban or another XP laner ban? I have yet to see the Turismo. I'm actually gearing up for this graphic to be like a roam for Argentina. So again,
Oh, that's
we've
actually a
seen
pretty good
Jungler
idea.
Grok.
Yeah. I mean, Juggler Grok really worked last game, right? But obviously, that's not going to be a possibility here. The only possibility for Grok right now is XP and Roam, and I love it on Roam because it means you can cancel out these feathered airstrikes coming in from the far side if you hang around in the mid lane a lot.
Yeah. Plus the Guardian's Barrier and the dashes, that Phantom Execution coming through from the Lancelot. But once you get that Guardian's Barrier up, it's not gonna be so easy here for Brazil to escape that. So now, looking at the lineup here of Argentina, they have very good high ground. They got heroes to pick off the backlines here of Brazil. So how are they gonna answer out to this one? They need to deal with the Melissa. They need to deal with the Eve. I'm thinking Franco to if they want to answer out to canceling the real world manipulation here. But it's more of like single target, right? So I'm not so sure if they want to go
Yeah.
for center tags or maybe go for direct counter to the lineup here of Argentina.
Or at the very least, if you can't cancel the real world manipulation, pick a hero that can endure it. Pick a hero that will not go down immediately to the power of the Eve, and they do pick that up. There goes the Lolita that I was talking about earlier. I mean, SS was banned out. Luna coming in straight for the comfort picks.
Ooh, wow, this is something I haven't seen for a while, Robert, and this is exactly why I love
Oi!
casting for the international scene. You get to see a lot of different heroes, a lot of playstyles, and there you go, Masha. I haven't seen this. When was the last time I've seen this? Like 2, 3 patches ago when Masha was like such a
Oh,
big
yeah.
day, it was such a prio pick. Yeah.
Ah, I love this. I love this. All right. So the Masha obviously didn't really receive any direct bans in the meta right now, but with again, I mentioned this before the stream started. With a little bit of a nerf to these attack speed items from these marksmen, maybe this time around the Masha will have more ability to roam. Maybe it will have more sustain. You don't get destroyed immediately by like a normal attack from a Beatrix anymore because you know it really shreds. The shredding from Demon Hunter Sword was slowed down. So let's find out if that's going to be a big deal coming into game number 2 between Argentina and Brazil. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gents. This again, we are match point right now for the Brazilian squad here in the WEC 2023 qualifiers for IESF.
Ooh, I love the rotations here from Brazil. They're actually doing this new rotation wherein the mid laner clears the wave in the XP lane as fast as they can, move back to the mid lane, and assist their jungler to get that little wanderer. So yeah, they're adapting here to the new meta. And if you guys just tune in, by the way, this is game number 2. Brazil already on a match point here for this best out of 3, and for Argentina, well, they gotta win this one if they want to force out of game number 3.
That's right. We are seeing some really strong presence from Brazil here in the mid lane. And Frost, oh my gosh, he already got taken out in the very early stages of the game.
Well, he got sandwiched there in between the Curse of Crow. Plus, there was Luna there, so ensuring that he can't leave. And now, with Frost being out, that's gonna give Brazil this time like the upper hand. Plus, this is a Martis, right? Martis, this is the type of hero. Once it snowballs, it's gonna be so hard to take it down. And for Brazil, right, they want to close it out with a clean sweep. And again, wow, hey, struggling actually this time up against the Beatrix of Upatizi.
Yeah, this time around we are seeing a little bit of a turntable here on the top side, but on the bottom side, it will be a very strong aggression coming in from the Argentinian squad here, and there's still some follow-up being attempted by Brazil at the very minimum. Nice flicker out coming in. There's a feathered airstrike. What will you guys do there? Oh, misses out. Arctic will survive.
Right before this turtle. And for Argentina, they're going to go straight for that, and that's the reason why they actually pressured Black there. Because if Black was up, it's gonna be hard to secure in this first turtle. 1/2 HP already. Hide on bush. Locking it in, and doesn't get it. Gets the tip of that Omen Blast, and there you go. The setup from Luna. Frost goes down as well. Beautiful setups from Brazil, which actually was Argentina that started off this turtle. Quite unfortunate there, but let's see.
Yeah, that was Luna taking the turtle there. Take it easy. You're not a jungler, Luna. You better slow down with these Lolita Numenon blasts, making it really look really easy, at least for the roam roll. Now, even though there was a good attempt from Argentina on the bottom side to slow them down, it was still Brazil in the end who took out the first turtle of the game.
Arctic 2, right? This is a good KDA so far for the matcha. And you're going up against a glue, right? A lane bully. And it's doing pretty well. Well, I mean, credits, props to Meteoro and Hide on Bush for rotating towards that bottom side, giving some aid here to Arctic to be able to win in that lane. We all know how this glue is definitely going to be wanting to capitalize on that Avarice emblem. So he wants to stick as close as possible to the target.
Oh, for sure. But you don't want to stick too close to those needles coming in from that Melissa. And now Brazil's top lane definitely experiencing some of the aggression that they did show in the last game as well.
Classic from XP laners. It's Black here, and Arctic say, yeah, you know what? Let's just not do it. We both know we're just gonna sustain in that class. Let's just cut in the waves. But as for Black, he has to watch out for Hide on Bush, which he has been rotating towards this XP lane so aggressively ever since this match started. But on the top side as well, we're seeing Upatizi actually on that Weapons Master. I'm not so sure what items he has secured. We'll find out later on. But here comes the second turtle of the game. Let's see who will be picking this one up. It was actually Brazil that picked up the first turtle. And
yeah, and that's going to be...
Wheel manipulation has used.
I love this. I love this right now coming in from both teams. Both teams not really giving out anything so far. Luna is going to be spotted out. There's a Numenal Blast. It's charge up and the flicker, it misses! Oh my god! That's going to be a big ultimate coming out from Brazil that is not going to hit their marks, and this could be a possibility. This could be an opening for Argentina to make a move, and they will. They make a move. They force a flicker out of Black, but there's the real world manipulation nowhere to be found. All the ultimates from Argentina are also burned, and Brazil, they're making a huge comeback here, and they still have that stick. Black could go back, and he did. Once you go Black, you can still go back, and they showed that here. And so far, that will result to that turtle at least being secured by Brazil right now.
Wow, that was so close. Too close for comfort for Black. He almost got Meteoro, but there was still that turret, right? There was still that turret to save his life. And now, a lot of pressure from Brazil here all across the map. You got Upatizi down there. I'm not so sure if you... Yeah, there you go. Tower goes down, and we are actually seeing a switch up. Plus, this is a killer tag from Luna. That's 4-0-2 on the Lolita, by the way.
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, he's taking kills, he's taking turtles. What else can you do, Luna? Can you take the base as well? Maybe with one Numenon Blast? I'm kidding, obviously you can't do that. Right now, I feel like Black is also just doing his job. I just keeping Super Syndra and Upatizi alive. That's helping out a lot for the Brazilian squad.
Plus the fact that this split is actually a way to initiate in the fights as well, right? Like once Black goes in for those dives, sticks into someone, it's the call here for Brazil to go in for the engage. Buzizo getting in that ultimate there. There's a Federator strike, and hey, goes down. Here Luna once again finishing that job. 4-0-4 on the Lolita, by the way. Lots of pressure by Brazil on this gold lane. They want to take in their sides so that they can secure in those objectives later on. And this is big, right? Like, slowly but surely, map is closing in here for Argentina.
Yeah, slowly but surely, right now, Arctic is his playground is shrinking by the minute. So he has to make something happen, but he is being kept in check. There goes Frosty, good cancel on that feathered airstrike, and he will go down. Hide on Bush as well. Good follow-ups here. One by one, they fall, and the Brazilian squad, they're doing it all. Arctic can't even come close. Right now, out of these turrets.
Yep, there was the shutdown on Super Syndra, which is actually good for Argentina. They got that shutdown gold, but at the cost of 4, right? Like, such a nice Luminum Blast coming in from Luna, setting things up, getting that 4-man down. They get into Turtle, the last one in this game as well. Let's check in the items here. You got a BOD. Is this going for a Heptasis, or you perhaps a big roar for Ubatini? I mean, you want to make sure that you get in that weapons master up and kicking, right? And all the resources here are just being taken in by Brazil.
Ooh, look at that. Beautiful snipe coming in for Upatizi. Renner's apathy is down. That means maybe there's a way, maybe we can try to maybe focus on one person. But looks like the firepower just isn't there yet for Argentina. They're trying to see if they can maybe just keep Hay alive, keep these needles, dig these into the Brazilian squad. But no, Brazil's not really budging, and they're also quite tanky, Burger King.
Right. I mean, there's that high ground, classic standard lineups here from both sides. But what's making it really difficult here for the side of Argentina, why they're struggling so much, is they have to consider the split here of Black that has been such a menace to deal with, right? Like, you don't know, once he pops in that split, you don't know who he's going to target. Plus, most of the time, he's targeting hide on bush. There's no escaping that one, right? Like, it's usually the jungler as the target. There's no way out of the split as long as it's over, right? And after that's done, there's that HP regen from Black. He just flickers out the safety, and yeah, for Argentina, right? Once again, the question is here, who do they pick off first? Solid frontline. Plus, they also have to watch out for the Numinous Blast here coming in from Luna.
Yeah, his Numenon blasts have been very much on the dot here. So it's really scary if you are Argentina. And I love that they're targeting Hide on Bush, right? Because Hide on Bush, what's his item? Thunderbelt. It's very offensive. Even though it is a tank build Lancelot, it can't really last that long if you don't build up those high HP items first. He can't contest these objectives.
Wow, just really good positioning here from Brazil. They're just closing in on this Lord, making sure that they get it. Frost as well, waiting for the proper timing for that wild charge, right? This is the moment we're in. You want to get in that Guardian's Barrier, get in that nice wild charge, especially since there's going to be a lot of walls here on the Lord Dance. Black, gonna try to go in for Meteoro, but this Lord, half HP. Brazil has the upper hand. A nice zone there by Black.
Yeah, I love the zone right now coming in from the glue, but here's Meteoro. They're trying to see if they can get something started, but before it starts, it actually ends. And that's going to be the Lord on the backside. Oh, look at Hide on Bush. He's on the back. He's trying to see if he can do a sneaky one, but will not be able to take it. It's still going to be Brazil with the Lord, and that might be it.
Wow, nice attempt though. I see that Arctic was trying to go for the backline, finally makes it, gets that shutdown under Upatizi, but that was, again, 4 members down from the side of Argentina. They got a Lord here for Brazil, not the Luminous one by the way, but it's enough to at least all the second tier towers should be down here for Argentina. But once again, positioning is going to be the key here. Frost gonna get caught up in everything. Gets that nice wall charge on the fray. He gets punished there by the decimation of the Zizo. And there goes the real manipulation from Meteoro as well. And they're gonna have to consider this Lord as well. They can't overcommit in all these clashes. Take a look at the items here, Rockhart. That's a lot of items. And Upatizi right now is 9k gold lead, going 10k in the 11-minute mark.
Yeah, and again, once more, just like game 1. Oh, look at that. They're starting off strong here. Arctic this time, he is headstrong. But no, he's going to go down. got shredded almost instantly by all the damage coming in from Brazil. Burger King, this looking really dire for Argentina. I love what they're trying, right? I get it. If you're down, if you're behind, you try to make a play, try to get the waves in your favor, but it's just not happening right now.
Nice positioning there by Hey. Luna gets caught up. Uses that bulwark to save. Get some shields in. Iron Bush gets that dash in and out, but gets taken down by Luzizo. And here goes Frost once again with the play, but the decimation once again comes through, and that's going to be 2 kills picked up instantly by Brazil.
It's interesting that even Arctic isn't really safe. Normally, the Mash is one of the most durable heroes in this game, right? But no, we're not seeing it here right now, Burger King.
Yeah, that's the Guardian's helmet. He even got the Twilight armor on, and it's still not enough. That's like a whole lot of shredding items as well from the side of Brazil. I see a Holy Crystal on Super Syndra, and the Malefic Roar on Upatizi, plus the Weapons Master. So that should be enough, right, to take someone as tanky as the Mashite, even someone as tanky as Frost. Speaking of Frost, right, he's been setting up these really good wild charges onto 3, right? But unfortunately enough for Argentina, they don't really follow up on these Guardian's Barrier. And at the same time, right, when Frost goes in, he instantly gets bursted down here by either the Defended Airstrike or Upatizi.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because his itemization is anti-magic. He doesn't really have the Dominance Eyes, not many armor items. So that means the Beatrix and the Martis is really gonna shred you. And that's usually what happens. After a good wild charge, he goes down immediately to the Bea. And we're seeing that. Look at that! Look at the hits on the Bea, man! It's just so strong! You don't have the armor. I think I'm seeing why, right? I can see why he's 0-7 right now.
11.1k for Upatizi. And Hey as well, right? Like, doing in that damage, shredding in those HP bars from Brazil. And the Lord is up here. I'm not so sure if I think Brazil wants to force out a fight here. Even under the turret here of Argentina, Hey falls on Feathered Airstrike. And now it's only Arctic left here. Their timers are still relatively early, but yeah, you know what? They're just gonna lock in the base. We don't need that Lord. And they get in game number 2, and that's a clean sweep from Brazil.
That's going to be the clean sweep. And Brazil, they really showed off strong here with their powerful engages. In game 1, we saw how that they could also pull off a death ball composition. This time around, it's the big boom boom coming in from Luna. Love what they did. And again, nice attempt from Argentina to try to survive just by pure firepower. I think they tried to do that with the Melissa, right? I mean, I got so many needles. I got so much damage. See if I can clear it out. But no, without a good front line, without Frost alive, this Melissa was just not durable enough. And we are seeing also why artillery mages versus a Melissa, it's just so good.
You need that solid backline damage, especially since when that go away is up, right? So heroes like either the Masha can't really get in that Melissa, but at the same time, if you got the Feathered Airstrike, no problem to that. Like even the Numinum Blast, like get that Numinum Blast. And speaking of the Numinum Blast here, Luna had so many good setups in this game, right? Like so many good sets with the Lolita. Frost as well. Actually, both the Rovers here had very good engages. But for the side of Argentina is they were just in the right place at the right time, landing in those feathered airstrikes, right? And mostly like for Meteoro, I saw like the real world manipulation was used to zone rather than go in for the engage.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Meteoro, they're also I actually in that last one, Meteoro was very aggressive. He was pulling out these real world manipulations even if Frost wasn't around. So I like the attempts, right? I like that they're very very feisty, very fiery. But again, that just wasn't enough to, you know, to storm out against that very strong lead that Brazil had in the early game. And Upatizi, I think he showed us very much goal difference, right? The goal laner difference was very massive in this series, where when he was on the Melissa, he was dominating, but he still did that even though the heroes were reversed. That's interesting, right, Burger Kim?
Yeah, most of the time, like we see either like the Melissa being spammed by either Upatizi, if he picked it up, had a great game in game number one, right? He's gonna pick it up again, but this time showing us that he can rock in that Beatrix, and that's what I was saying, right? Luminous Blast from Luna, he was super aggressive here. I think everyone was pretty aggressive in this game, right? Even Black, I have to commend him here as well. He's been getting in all those kills onto Hiram Bush, which is actually the main
Yeah.
reason why Argentina was really struggling with the gold all the time, because Hiram Bush gets picked off before he is able to reach that turtle. And yeah, it's quite a struggle on the gold lead here for the side of Brazil.
Yeah. And look at these, right? Just beautiful count. I mean, Brazil were not really engaging, especially in this replay right now. They were counter engaging. And their counter engage was just so much more powerful because of the Beatrix. Upatizi was so safe. I don't know why. After the wild charge is gone, it's like Upatizi can do whatever he wants.
And here's the thing, right? When have you seen like flicker? Most of the time, you flicker out to safety, right? But this is like a very aggressive Beatrix. He uses the flicker. Upatizi actually uses the flicker to kill. He's been getting in those double kills. Like when someone flickers out, no, it's fine. I have flicker. Go in with those bursts and instantly takes down like one or two. Plus, Martis here for the side of Brazil was able to snowball pretty fast, which is also the reason why they've been winning in all those clashes. And eventually, I think for this last part, they didn't even need the Lord. They just went in for the base, especially with the Weapons Master of Bugatizi. It can be really easy to shred in that base to the side of Argentina.
Yeah, I have to bring up the itemization. This is it's not a common itemization for the Grok. Usually, you want to build up some of that armor first instead of anti-Kiras. I would have loved to see maybe Dominance Eyes plus Radiant Armor. That maybe would have been enough to keep Frost alive. But other than that, maybe some high HP items. I think the Assault Kiras is a more of a late game item. I think I don't see it being strong in the early game, which is also a reason why Brazil dominated that early game, because after the engage, usually Frost just goes down. Like, he just can't survive that long. And if you have a lineup that has the Eve, the Eve, right? You need to keep the Grok alive. You need to stay alive. And that just didn't happen. I saw Frost die so many times there. So hopefully they can change that up. And of course, they're definitely a very strong contender, even though, right? So big props to Argentina. They showed us that, you know what? I see some of that Argentinian fire, right? You see them fire there. So I still think there's something there for Argentina for sure.
Right, they've gone up against Brazil here, who is pretty much has a very solid lineup in terms of experience as well. So that's something that they brought to the table today. And for Argentina as well, they showed us resilience. They were able to hold out. So it wasn't really. Sometimes we see like it's a total snowball, right? Like very one-sided game. But for this particular match, like you see really nice counter engages from both sides. And like when you mentioned Frost, despite the fact that he gets bursted down, he did have those very nice sets. So props to him as well here, aside from Luna. So I'm looking forward to that. They're going to be having more games, I believe, in the next few days. So if you guys just tuned in, by the way, so it's going to be today, 25th, up until the 28th for the IESF Americas qualifiers. So there's a lot more BO3s here, a lot more games that you guys can enjoy. So be sure to tune in every time, same place here on IESF.
That's right. So right now we are waiting. Who's gonna be the MVP there? That's a big question mark
Big
for
question.
me. I think Upatizi deserves some commendation there, because in game one he
Yeah.
won with the Melissa. In game two he also won that lane with Beatrix. I mean, even though it was a swap, so I love that. And I think he can only do that because of also good roams coming in from Luna. Obviously, in game one, Luna kept that Melissa alive. In game two, everyone was so busy, like watching out. Where's the Lolita? Where's Luna? Right? So I think because of that, they were not able to focus on Upatizi on the Bea. So that's a big. I don't know. That can still go either way.
Yeah, so I think for this game, right, it's so hard because Upatizi had a very good game here as well, game number two. Plus, he was heavily aided here by Luna as well. His sets were really so good. So I think if I could give like two MVPs, I'd give it to both of them. Props as well to Super Sidra. I mean, everyone here was commendable. It was a team effort. But for MVP though, very big question. I'm also curious to see whoever you guys give it to. I think pretty much all of them deserved it for this round. I mean, such good engages, even Black, right? So a lot of things that you have to consider overall.
Yeah, big props to Black. He went back. I like that. I like that. And the aggression that he did on the glue was something that I don't really see. Because there is a lot of times I see Black is almost dead. He's almost dead, but he still goes and regenerates. And you can only do that if you have good mastery of the hero. And that was a glue where it did not have a counter Faramis. No counter Faramis, which means I think it was a very good game for a glue to appear. So I love that first pick, and I love that Brazil also recognized that, right? So maybe that's something that Argentina can learn from this. Just try to deal with this counter. You don't have to overthink it too much. Just counter the hero, and maybe they didn't ban it out. So I think the MVP will be showing up in a few moments. Where we did see the MVP, it's gonna be Upatizi. I completely agree. Right? This is just too good.
Yeah. 13-1, just one death in that entire game, and you can see that goal, right? 25,000. That's what I was pointing out. Mid to late game. Plus, he was on a weapons master, so he can definitely go all aggressive, right? You see those crazy flickers, gets in those Nibiru's passion in the nick of time. Plus, like there was just so many wins here for Upatizi, and definitely very different as well from game number one. So it's just more of like a switch up. They did very well in this game. 13-1, very beautiful game.
Yeah, I mean it's usually very hard as a gold laner. You're usually the most vulnerable. You're the most squishy hero in the game, and again, I love that Upatizi's MVP, but I also give it to the teammates. They really did a very good job in keeping their gold laner alive. And right now in the MLBB meta, if you can keep your gold laner alive, you're doing a good job. You're gonna have a big advantage, right?
Yeah, props to Luna as well, right? There was a lot of rotations from Luna in that gold lane, like keeping Upatizi, keep him in check there, keep making sure that he gets the items that he needs. So pretty solid starter that we have here, Rockhard. So first BO3 sweep from Brazil just goes to show their mastery. They're up to date with the meta. Plus, I love the comeback here of Luna and Upatizi. Love seeing them. They had a very good impact last time, so it's great to see them once again here. But for Argentina, guys, we'll see more of you, of course. More best out of threes coming your way.
And we will see you guys. Hope you guys are still live on the IESF chats on the channels, and very glad that you guys are able to join us. It's quite early for us, but we love that you guys are here. And we will be back later on. We still have 2 best of 3s coming out today. And I believe the next one is going to be a pretty good one. I think we will see also later on Ecuador and Honduras, and Colombia versus Panama. All of those are best of 3. All right, so we'll see you guys later on. I'm Rockhard, this is Burger Kim, and this is the IESF WEC 2023 Americas Region Qualifiers. Don't go away. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Americas Regional Qualifiers for MLBB. It is WEC23 IESF. We are going to be your casters for game number 2 as well. I'm Rockhart, and this is Burger Kim. Burger Kim, how are you doing after that game 1?
Well, had to get my coffee fix here quite early in the morning, but what a way to kick off, well, our day with some hot MLBB action. So if you guys just tune in, that was a BO3 for Argentina and Brazil. Clean sweep from Brazil. Very good games, actually, and looking forward to this next one as well. We'll be seeing Honduras going up against, let me just pull that up. That's gonna be Honduras against Ecuador here for another best out of three today. And yeah, this is the road to Romania this year. So I think a lot of people are quite pumped up for this, quite excited for this because the some of the qualifiers actually for some regions are already finished or some are still ongoing. So definitely this is a treat for MLBB fans to watch.
Yeah, what it would be a cool thing if we could fly off to Romania as well. I would love to see that place,
I love
and
that.
definitely with esports as well, right? I mean, how I don't see MLBB as much as I want to in the rest of the world, and definitely for this matchup is going to be a treat for all of us. It's Ecuador versus Honduras. For me personally, I have no idea. Right? We usually see the Southeast Asian regions battle it out in international tournaments, but it is a as an international caster, it's a big treat for me to see these up and coming players coming in from these regions as well. And
Mhm.
it's gonna be a fun game to watch for sure. Either way, right? And here is the roster for the Ecuadorian squad. It is gonna be Ante Judas, Jorge, George, Deda, Milito, and Clonazepam. I think that is a very interesting name because I remember studying that during my medicine days. So interesting.
Mhm.
so, uh,
Okay.
it is a
I'll,
yeah. It's for
oh,
seizures. Yes. That's right.
oh,
So
okay. You know, funny. You have a very
why?
smart answer about that because I was gonna say I thought he, flipped his name backwards because some players do that. Like they flip their names backwards. So I was like, is that a Muppet? Yeah, I was reading it that way. So I was like,
Yeah.
oh, so it actually means something else. So okay, nice info coming from you,
Uh,
Rockhart.
oh my god, that is so interesting, and that's maybe he has a background. He has a medical background. Maybe we
Yeah.
can ask that when we meet them. I don't know, for interviews or something. But yeah, that's the Ecuadorian squad. Um, and for the other side, obviously, we will also see the lineup for Honduras as Nogeti, Mini Martini, Dane Conqueso, Jaco and Yoru. There you go.
Oh, queso.
That's going to be
Ah,
interesting as well.
queso.
Queso. Dani con queso. All
Dani
right. I'm going to
queso.
need to brush up on my
Okay, okay.
pronunciations, definitely. And it's good. Good luck calling that play by play there later, Burger Kim, because I would love to see more action as well from Honduras. Because personally,
Mhm.
I have not, again, I have to reiterate this, I've not seen the gameplay from this region
Mhm.
yet. So this is going to be, for me, it's going to be a first. So
First.
I
Wow.
love it. I
First
love
time for
it.
everything. Yeah, you know what? I have to point
First time
out
for
too.
everything.
Like I'm checking out my notes here on the rosters, and I'm seeing these players. Right? Okay, they have their IGNs. Very interesting IGNs, by the way. So you guys almost, just almost top the Brazil and Argentinian one. So I'm looking forward to see like more IGNs later on. But I'm looking at the names here of both uh, players from Ecuador and Honduras. So it's interesting, right? I'm seeing their names and it looks like, well, we're both from the Philippines, so it looks like Filipino names, right? So my question is like, okay, so there are a lot of like imports all across the world for MLBB if you guys follow the scene. It makes me wonder, right? Are these Filipino players or are they really from the country, right? So look at this, Luis Alvarado. It sounds very um it sounds like a Filipino player, right? But I think it's also
Yeah, I
because
actually
that
know
the Philippines
someone
has,
named Luis Alvarado.
right?
Yeah, so that's
Oh,
cool.
okay, for real? For real?
Yeah,
Wow.
for real.
Okay. So yeah, it just goes to show like the influence, like the influence as well it has on the Philippines, right? So yeah, that's interesting. Names. Wow. How do you say that again? Clonazepam. Clonazepam.
Clonazepam, yes. And of course, on the other side, if you have meds here, you have a mini martini, which I don't know how you can make a martini mini. Maybe you just put a drop. I don't know. I don't know what that tastes like, but maybe that's something that you can you can try out. And nugget, so more food on the side of Honduras, which is making me
Yeah,
really
it seems like
hungry very
we're
early in the
hungry.
morning.
Yeah, with the queso, the
I love
martini.
that.
It's too early for martini, by the way. Too early for martini,
Oh
but
yeah, too early.
uh, too early for martini. Well, here from where we are, it's too early for that. But the queso, I would love to have some queso right now. I'd love to have that. I
Oh
mean,
my
I'm just
goodness.
having
Yes, please.
coffee here because it's 7 a.m. But wherever you guys are watching this from, whether you're in the Americas, you're in Europe, you're in another part of Southeast Asia. Well, we're all here for one thing, right? We're all here for some good MLBB action, and I can expect to see that as well. And this is the first time you're watching Ecuador and Honduras, right, Rock Hard? So
Yeah.
definitely you're gonna be in it for a treat. One of my favorite things about casting for like different regions is you just don't know what you're gonna get, right? Like you don't know what they're gonna put out. Maybe they have some, pocket picks up their sleeve. So that's something that I always look forward to, especially whenever I see the team for the first time.
And especially since it's their first time as well, maybe they can show us some of their more experimental picks. I would love to see maybe
Yeah.
Angela come out recently because I don't see the Angela as much. We did see some of that in the international scene for MLBB, but right now we are not seeing it yet. So maybe now is a time to bring out those interesting experimental picks. And again, in the patch that we talked about earlier, there were a lot of exotic picks that we can actually pick out. For instance, we haven't seen the alpha yet, so I'm still keeping my fingers crossed to see that alpha XP lane, or did you see it in the jungle?
I would definitely love to see an alpha. Looking at the patch right now, it's just so good up against those tanky junglers. Like you've seen Akai, right? Akai, Fred, Rin. So it's just so good. True damage is just really what you need. I mean, aside from speaking of true damage, it's only so far. It's only like carry, Bane, but these are the heroes that we don't really see. Like carry doesn't, get picked or used in as the jungler role. So I would really love to see an alpha. Great amount of sustain, has that true damage. It was buffed up, so faster swings, especially on the ultimate. So I'd love to see that, right? If not in the jungler role, maybe I'll put it in the XP. I think it would do well. I mean, even up against blue, right? Very tanky hero, lane bully. I think it'd do well.
Yeah, because if you want to be able to take out heroes like the glue, you need that true damage. Uh, you need that burst damage that we can expect from heroes like that. So, I remember one of the world champion picks. That's one of the picks of the world champion Carl TZ. I don't know if you guys know that person. One of the greatest of all time for MLBB. But before Alpha was good, Carl TZ actually used that a lot in the jungle. As he also did Benedetta jungle. So I don't know. Maybe that's something that we can look out for. Once more, I feel like the meta isn't really set yet, right? We're not right. We're not. There's no such thing as like these five heroes are just really super good. I think right now it's still up in the air. We did see that the Lancelot lost in 2 games today. So what does that mean, right? Does that mean Lancelot is maybe weaker today? Maybe it's is it did the nerfs hit the clear speed because Molten Essence is weaker now,
Mhm.
right? So
Yep.
these are the things that I'm thinking about. What do they think about hero changes, the item changes, and the exciting thing about these changes is again it opens up the possibility of newer things coming into play.
Yeah, I'd really love to see like more, especially like what you mentioned, right? For Ecuador and Honduras, I'd love to see, I'd say like on contemporary picks, experimental picks, or maybe picks that worked out for them in scrims or maybe even ranked games. They can actually try it out here. There's a lot of best out of three, so this is really the best way to pull off some surprises. I think for teams, right, who are very up to date with the meta, they pretty much stick to that. But if you pull something different off, right, it's gonna cause your opponent to be like, okay, what are they planning? Or what can this actually do? Because they're so used to comfort, so used to meta. So I'd love to see that being pulled off here by both sides. And it's just you mentioned the molten essence, right? I mean, some junglers don't even build it to be like the cursed helmet. They just leave it at molten essence, and once the lore dance is up, they're just gonna switch it up, put that thunder belt, and yeah, they don't even build up that the molten essence. So I think it's really a big factor as well here.
Yeah, it might be the rise of the. I remember back then, before Demon Slayer was a thing, I remember every jungler was on assassin emblem, killing spree, and all that, right? For the physical damage for the assassins. What if they make a comeback recently? With the changes to Molten Essence, with the changes to the tank jungle, maybe the Demon Slayer is getting too much attention. Maybe it's time to go back into uh, yeah. So we're gonna have to find out, right? We're gonna have to find that stuff like that out if that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I really miss that time wherein I see two junglers going neck to neck with each other. Those links, a lot of those links, fannies, or maybe even Ling Lancelot. There was a time like before the tag slot was a thing. So yeah, I'd love to see that back to that lethal assassin. So assassins right now, like when the tank meta came up, it was more of them adapting to the tank meta. I think even speaking of Cartes, he actually joked in a live stream saying that he tried a tank Ling. Not so sure if that worked out for him, but yeah,
I don't know.
very innovative. But let's see, right? Like Texalot, still, I would say 2 games lost, but still pretty good. Like I would say, still pretty good. Still an S tier or maybe even an A tier pick. And speaking of the Lancelot, that's gonna be the first ban of Ecuador.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's happening here, but it's still to be banned out. That means maybe Ecuador knows something that we don't know. Maybe they think that they scouted out that Honduras maybe playing this hero so much. So that's something that's very interesting to note, right? Because normally we don't see a Lancelot ban. Or maybe they were playing last game and they saw that there were times that they almost got the Lord Steal even if they were like 5k gold lead behind. So these are things that are very interesting.
Yeah, very. I would say very bold as well, right? For Ecuador, they just know what they want. Yeah, Lancelot, S tier pick. I mean, especially in the right hands of a player who's very comfortable with this. I'd definitely say it's still a worthy ban, as well as this Valentina that still never escaped that ban list up until now. I think in all regions that have MLBB or play MLBB, Valentina is still on top of the list, right? At least top five in the ban list.
Yeah.
Still there. I would say it's because of the IMU. It's really, really a big factor. And I think the reason why it's always on the ban list as well is because, it's going to limit out your draft, right? If you pick out the Valentina, you can't really pick out heroes that have very good ultimates. That's going to be such a field day for the Valentina.
Yep. And I just have to add in, I think we have a sub playing that Skylord was playing out rather. So that's interesting. We will not see Clonazepam. It will be Skylord instead, subbing in for Ecuador.
So it's only
Right, so-
Dani con queso that I have to that I have to do right now. So it's not clonazepam. So I do have to say that I'm looking forward to this matchup between these two teams. And finally, okay, this is something that we haven't seen in the first series. So not so much of the Mincetar, but I'd say the rework was pretty good here on the Mincetar. It has been flexed into Gold Lane as well. So I think Ecuador was also taking out that option. And with this being said, right, looking at the heroes here, some teams do like to start out with the Eve. But again, there's no Valentina. So Eve, I would say still a pretty solid start. I'm looking at other possible options here. Novaria, if you guys want to utilize that, another hero that is on top of the ban list right now.
But is that
Oh, I
like
completely
super
forgot
first
this.
pick material though? You think even though Novaria is open now, do you think it's possible to pick it up in first?
In my opinion, okay, I'd still say it's pretty solid. That depends on the lineup. I do like that it gives vision for the team. I think that's a really big factor. Vision, yeah, Faramis is still top prio pick here, and I think for Honduras they have to deal with this Faramis. I think it's pretty much the same as the Estes pick, right? Like heavy sustained in the clashes, but there was some nerfs given, so that's something that Ecuador has to consider as well. I like this Melissa pick though.
Yeah, great Melissa pick. I love that. Sorry, I love the teams pick it up because there are teams that can prioritize the gold lane. That means they are very confident in their gold laner. That means they know this is our win condition, and we don't care if we show it right away. Try to counter it, we can still beat it. That shows that a team has confidence in their pick.
Well, plus it's confidence too, right? The Melissa's just so good up against a Faramis, wherein you guys just have to stick in together, and you can get in the models, connecting in all these heroes. Plus, I'd love to see like a combo here with the Melissa, right? Someone like maybe Lolita, Atlas, that would be so good, right? And speaking of the carry, right? We were talking about it in the jungle, and now they're gonna lock it in. Great counter to the Fredrin, but I'm also curious about this export pick. There was a time that this was such a big thing in the jungle wherein they had to nerf it, but now it's back. Not so sure how this will fit in. I mean, it's great sustain. I don't know what you think about this, Rockford. Export in the jungle.
I wonder if I'm just wondering if this Xborg is gonna be jungle, or it's gonna be going to the XP lane still. Because yes, Xborg is actually really good in terms of wave clear. But I'm not sure how it's gonna do, especially against a Fredrin. So against a Fredrin, maybe you have to slow it down. Maybe you can't really be aggressive against the Freddy, because there was a good reason why Fredrin's first pick before. Like a few months back, Fredrin was always first pick. So I don't know what that's gonna do against it. I love that it can dive against heroes like the Farsa. It's not super scared. It also can dive against the Melissa. It's not gonna be killed instantly. So yeah, I love this right now. And there's a shred in terms of HP with the carry pick. So gold laners for both teams are now secured.
Wow. Here's the thing, right? I'm not so sure if this Faramis is going to go to the roam position because they have to consider the AoE as well. So with the Kaja ban here, I think they're anticipating that this actually might be a mid lane Faramis, but the Eve is still open, right? Like, I'm not so sure about that combo though. Faramis Eve, great AoE still. I would still recommend that, especially if you're going up against a Farsa. You need someone to at least they still need to deal with the Melissa, right? They still need to deal with the Farsa. I see a dive composition here from Ecuador, so I'm not so sure if they will shake things up in the second draft, but it seems like they're taking away roamers here. Lolita, maybe perhaps like like what I mentioned, right? Possible combos for the Melissa and the Farsa here for the side of Honduras.
Yeah, and if your enemy is first picking a Melissa, maybe you need to counter. You need to get a roam that can pick it up. Maybe a Franco or something. They actually skipped out on the ban in that last one, so it's gonna be a pick this time around for Honduras. This is interesting. I'm not sure how we're gonna counter a Faramis. Maybe with a Kufra, maybe with a
Atlas,
I don't know what it
perhaps?
is. Yeah, Atlas, right? If you want to stick together, don't forget the Faramis is a little bit nerfed now. So, what is this?
Ooh.
What is this? Oh,
Okay.
double marksman,
Double marksman.
double marksman coming in from Honduras.
Wow, this is such a ticking time bomb composition. Double marksman, this is gonna be so hard in the late game. And speaking of that, okay, they add up this user. Okay, I get it. The answer to the Farsa, someone to reach like a Melissa and maybe the Granger. So if this is a Granger pick from Honduras, this is a jungler Granger? Yeah, I mean, not unless it's gonna go to the XP lane. Wow, throwback to
I'm
like
pretty sure it's
seasons
gonna
ago.
be Jungler Ranger. Yeah, this is XP Frederick.
Predator.
Oh my goodness, this is so good. but it's also very, like you said, it's very volatile. It's a time bomb. You need at least 18 to 20 minutes to make this work.
Okay, so this confirms that that's a mid lane Faramis and a Diggy. Okay, they're anticipating a setter here for the side of Honduras, right? Like picking the Diggy up, yeah, great vision, great pressure on the Melissa as well, especially with the carry. But rock hard.
No way.
Okay, okay, I love this. I already love this game. I already love this game. They're picking
Oh,
this up. Okay,
no
I
way.
like this. I'm gonna lock it in.
Burger
Okay,
King,
I
he's
love
gonna
it.
he's gonna get
They hovered over
a
the Angela
Carmilla
for a
pick
while.
on the tournament. Oh, come on,
Okay.
no. So
Oh,
close,
that was
Burger
great. Okay.
King. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Burger King actually mains Carmilla, so that's why she got very excited.
Okay, I got very excited too because just to flex this a little bit, I was top Philippines for a while, so I really love this hero. But you know, the reason why I freaked out as well was because it's a great answer to the Faramis and the Estes. So it's really a, you know, what better way to break apart the composition than with a Carmilla? Like, okay, you guys stick together. Okay, yeah, just throw in that ultimate chain damage, and it's just gonna rip everyone apart. You're gonna win in clashes. But again, it has to be timed properly. So I would have loved to see that. But instead, for Honduras, I like it. They went the route of, okay, you guys going for the sustain with the dives. We'll sustain as well with the Estes. Second Estes that we're seeing today, Rockhard.
That's right. And this time around, this Estes might have to be super duper late game. It might be super duper tanky because you have to survive for a long time. Let's see if that's going to happen here as we load up into game number 1 between Ecuador and Honduras. And as you can see, these are very, I love MLBB. This is the reason why I love MLBB, right? You can pick any hero almost for any lane, and we're seeing a possibility of a Granger jungle late game. So it was used before, right? In the early days of MLBB when Granger first came out, it was actually a very strong jungler. So now that he's back, I wonder what's going to be the result, right?
And here's the thing, the Granger definitely needs a lot of assistance here from Danny Conqueso. I mean, especially since it's still very squishy, right, in the early game. And you're going up against an X-Borg with a massive sustain, right? You got that Firaga armor as well. So without the items just yet, Nageti still has to, you know, lean up against the Danny Conqueso here for the sustain. And now for Ecuador, looking at their lineup, right? This is a lineup that can also go aggressive. You got the Yuzong. You got your jungler is also pretty aggressive, right? With that Firaga armor, it can go in, especially with the composition here from Honduras that still needs a little bit more time, right, to scale up.
Yeah, that's true. And this Estes has to build super duper tanky as well as this Faramis. All of that is on you. Mini Martini, very, very strong aggression on the top side. Of course, here's Milito trying to get some damage in. So we're seeing the possibility of this composition. It has good damage. Good damage in the mid to early as well for the... If I realize it, the Granger is also kind of good. As long as you build physical penetration items, I think he has decent damage even in the mid game. You don't have to wait for the late game.
And this is the part where it gets very interesting, right? This is the first time we're seeing a Granger in the jungle, and we're seeing an X-Borg in the jungle. So this is kind of like nostalgia for me everywhere. This was like patches ago, seasons ago for us. So it's such a nice change, right, for MLBB. But here you go. Half HP for the turtle. There's the Black Dragon 4 anti-Hudas. It's gonna be the side of Honduras picking up that first turtle of the game. And George really low in the jungle. Gets taken down there by Shundrax. And that's gonna be the first kill picked up by Honduras here.
All right. So Honduras definitely... we are seeing the possibilities of this lineup. Very good early game with the Farsa. And I think Nageti also doing some pretty good job in clearing fast with the Granger. So we haven't seen the Melissa yet, right? So that's going to be up to Ecuador if they can sustain against it. But we're definitely seeing some promise. And right now, Ecuador is going to be playing defensively in the first few minutes of the game.
Ooh, Shundrax, a little bit too deep there, but this just shows confidence, right, from Honduras. Classic XP lane moves. They're just gonna cut the waves here, avoid as much, 1v1 situation here for the XP lane, and I think this could be good, especially for Shundrax that can heavily sustain here. Or act as the tank here for Honduras because looking at it, it's more of
Oh,
utility type. And George gonna get picked off there. There's the vision from that young again passive. There's a double kill picked up by Nageti. Ooh, he's really low though, and Mini Martini as well. So these three making me really hungry right now. Nageti, Danico Queso, and Martini. Four-man rotation here on the top side. That's a lot of pressure onto Daydad here on the gold lane. Lots of gold plating. There's a bit of air strike from Tyler. Mini Martini
oh my
falls, but
goodness.
Daydad as well. So that's going to be a one-for-one trade. Both gold laners down. I would say equal trade for both sides.
And it was a very hard way to endure for Ecuador. They used the Faramis Cult Altar. They also used the Time Journey from the Diggy, and they barely managed to stay alive. That shows you the early game firepower that's being shown by Honduras right now.
Mhm. There is Milito here, gonna get taunted by Shundrax. But again, here's the thing: for the side of Honduras, what they're doing is they're just making sure that once they enter that clash, there's no cult altar, there's no times journey here from George. And speaking of that, right, they're just gonna get this free turtle uncontested at all from Ecuador, and they're still waiting. I think for Ecuador here, their late game insurance is going to be data here on the carry. So, I mean, I haven't seen the items just yet on the carry, but let's figure out later on. But you see, right? Carry here, data is getting pressured a lot by Honduras. Four-man rotation all the time here on the top side.
That's right. I don't think there's much that Ecuador can actually do. Their distance is very close. Skylord, man, he was very aggressive in that last one as well. Trying to stay alive right now under the turret, but they're getting pushed back. Oh, so much pressure, Nogeli. Beautiful damage coming in from the Granger. Can't really be survived by the carry. That's going to be 2 for none in favor of Honduras.
Wow. And here's the thing too. I have to point out that Shundrax is just keeping anti-Hudas like contained here in this lane, right? This is gonna be a big problem for Honduras, especially if anti-Hudas here is able to join in the clashes. Imagine the Black Dragon form, right, to zone the back lines. And he's not able to do that because Shundrax is just keeping and contained in that XP. Like, okay, you can't join in the clash. You can't pick off the back lines, and that's actually the reason why Honduras is having a very easy time here in all the clashes that were forced by them. Actually,
Yeah, I love it. I love what they're doing right now. So much pressure, again, being used, and they're making it hard, right? They're making it hard for Anti-Hudas to make any good play. You saw earlier, Ecuador tried to make a play with Anti-Hudas with a Black Dragon form, but it doesn't seem like or Honduras was scared. Ecuador is just trying and trying, but right now they're being pushed back. They're being forced to play safe here by Honduras, who they don't know where Nuggetti's gonna come from. There it goes, Skylord. Maybe he can pull back with the Shadow Stampede there from Skylord, but nope, not gonna be making it in time. Look at this. So early on, the marksman, two marksmen are already together on the turtle.
right? I mean, four-man rotation from Honduras is something new, right? Like, you don't really see. I was like actually expecting like Shundrax in the jungle. But with the Granger being picked up, it was like, okay, it's a Granger jungle for the side of Honduras. We haven't seen Shundrax actually, but he did a very good job containing anti-Hudas here on his lane. And speaking of that, he's going to use that Black Dragon form to try to get in Meaty Martini. There's the go away, and yeah, definitely did go away, and gonna get taken down there by Tyler. And I think Honduras should be able to push in at least like mid and bottom side here.
Yeah, and normally in the draft, usually Farsa is very scared of the Yuzhong, but no, look at this. It's the Farsa who is putting so much pressure on the Yuzhong. Nante Hudas can't really make much out of the Yuzhong pick right now. And what's Milito gonna do here? Who's gonna be the pick? Who's gonna start it for Ecuador? It has to be the Exborg, right?
Yeah, most of the time, but we haven't seen any last insanities just yet. Like he's quite reserved in using that last insanity. So I haven't seen much just yet, but maybe we might actually see it. He just picked up that immortality. I think he's going for either that's a war axe or a bloodlust axe. I'm not so sure what that next item is yet, but probably one of those. And speaking of that, here comes the first lord of the game in just a few seconds. But there's just so much pressure from Honduras all around the map, considering that they're using a double marksman lineup. Like I was actually expecting like Ecuador to be a bit more aggressive here, right? Exborg, Yuzong, these are the heroes that you want to do in those times. They also got a Faramis here, so I was expecting them to be a little bit more aggressive, but it seems like Honduras has found a
Ooh.
way to actually rotate around the map pretty fast. That's a lot of damage from the feather there, strike. And yeah, that is Tyler picking up the lightning truncheon. So explains a lot of the damage here. He's also rocking in that magic worship number.
Yeah, and if you look back at it, I don't think the Diggy was the perfect pick here. Maybe a Yuzhong, maybe a Kufra would have helped, an Atlas. Because right now, look at this. Honduras, they're just sticking together so much. They're making sure that there's no opportunity for Ecuador to just pick off either Mini Martini or just Nugget. No, we're gonna stick together and we're gonna be kept alive by the Estes. Now, what's the opening here? Like, what? How are Ecuador gonna get a kill? Because right now it's 1-7 on the kill score.
Yeah, plus George gets bursted down, right? Oh, that's so cute. I like how I mentioned George and they go straight to that angle. Very nice position, by the way. And yeah, speaking of George, right? He's so
Oh!
squishy at this point. He just gets taken down there by just two bursts from that feathered airstrike. I'm not so sure if this is like a strategy on the diggy. Like, I mean, we've seen this like I mean, if you guys follow, right? Like, you've seen like the time we're in, the diggy was just okay. Yeah, let's just give them a hard time. Feeding diggy strategy. I think that was a thing before, but it's not gonna be this way, right? It's gonna be Honduras picking up the first lord of the game, and that's gonna create a massive pressure as well on the lanes. But speaking of that, we haven't checked in on Daidat as well. He pushed the mid side, pushed the bottom side as well. So I think that's well, at least some sort of win here for Ecuador, right? So they haven't been winning in those clashes being started up by Honduras. So at least the least that they can do is like make the waves go, push in some towers, and actually equal tower takes by both sides here.
That's true. I mean, interestingly enough, Ecuador can still keep up with the turret takes at least for now, because those are the turrets that they can reach. But now it's gonna be harder to step out of your base. Look at the damage. Look at the number of threats on the map. It's just too much. Now, top side is pushing, bottom is pushing as well. Ecuador's gonna have to decide where they want to defend.
Double marksman setup as well, so it's not gonna be very easy for Milito to sustain and anti-Huda. So there's really no solid hard tank here for actually no solid hard tank here for both sides. I mean, for Honduras, that's gonna be the Fredrin, right? But it's not really like a hard tank. It's not Atlas. It's not Kufra, or it's not like Minotaur. So there's really no one to front here for Ecuador. Very squishy lineup. Plus, I mean, they got the tools to start up these team fights, right? They can go for the dives. You got the Faramis, you got the Diggy. But what's
Oh,
making it really hard is the AoE. Tyler, once again, with a beautiful position, hits George for the second time around. And it's just going to
oh
be
my
them
god.
hitting up all those towers. All the second tiers are down here, by the way, Rockhart.
Yeah, and then that's what we mentioned before. That's what you get with the Lord advantage now at 8,000 in favor of Honduras. And again, there's very little room to wiggle for Ecuador right now. And I can remember, I can kind of imagine the life of the Diggy of George right now. He can't really put these bombs out because what if there's like a farsa in that bush? I'm gonna blow up immediately, and that's what's happening
Mhm.
right now. Look at Anti Hudas. That was one hit of the feathered airstrike.
Yeah, plus George didn't really build magic defense here, or even like dominance ice. So yeah, interesting. He actually picked up the fleeting time here. I mean,
Huh.
this times journey. There's really not much ultimates to cancel here, right? Like maybe the appraiser's rat from the Fredrin, or maybe even like take your team out of the feathered airs, right? But yeah, I mean that's the reason why George gets bursted down here. It's because he doesn't really have magic. I believe he's building the Athena shield for the fourth item. But yeah, fleeting time, interesting. Fleeting time first before the Athena shield.
That's also the reason why we are seeing the Diggy just go down so fast. The fleeting time, it doesn't really have that many defensive capabilities. And this is the aggressive option. This is the option where if you want to fight non-stop. But I don't know if they want to do that right now. It's still Nuggetty coming out with the Lord. And this is the time to go. Oh, Ecuador, they're diving hard. They doing some pretty good job. But look at that, Tyler's still alive, Shundrax as well. Daydad will be going down too. But I think that's best case scenario for Ecuador right now. 3 members of Honduras being taken out.
Oh, they just waited for the proper time to be aggressive, and there's Shandrax. Okay, Milito, super, super low HP. No immortality there, but he's able to recall back to safety. But I love how aggressive Shandrax is here. He's not going to let Skylord back in. There's the taunts there. So yeah, you got to deal with me first before you get back to the base. 1v1 duel. I'm not so sure if Skylord will be able to endure this one. This is a mid lane Faramis, by the way. I mean, there could be the cult order. There's the tugs. It's a crazy wild chase here by both. And there, Tyler goes in, finishes the job. Okay, he's like, enough 1v1 with you guys. I'm gonna finish the job. And yeah, he does actually take down Skylord, but that's gonna be an easy respawn. Of course, care of the passive of the Faramis.
Again, it was, I love what Ecuador tried to do. That's very aggressive. And if you're behind, you know what? That's exactly what you need to do. If you're behind, you don't play inside your base. You don't cower, you don't hide, you go attack. You try to make a play. And Ecuador, they did that. Even though, again, they have a Diggy. It's not the most offensive hero in the world. I love Diggy. I play a lot of Diggy, but it can't tank.
Mhm.
You know, it can only take like 2 feathered airstrike hits. So if you want to go offensive, you have to be very brave. And Ecuador is doing that right now.
Oh, there's Athena's shield finally picked up by George. There's also the Malefic Roar. Okay, that explains the damage here from Anti-Hudas. And actually, that was the reason why the gold lead is not that far. So I'm expecting with this kind of kill score, 12-4, more or less it's going to the 9K or 10K lead, right? But this time, it's not that far for Ecuador. I think they just have to be really wise when it comes to choosing the clashes, especially since Daidat is almost online here, like pretty much online already. At this point, 16 minutes in, you should um, at least have. I believe he already got the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff as well as the Corrosion Sight. So pretty much online, 16 minutes in. We'll find that out later on, but you can kind of see here Ecuador fighting back, right? Fighting back against Honduras. And surprisingly, Honduras, they did pretty well, right? Early game, they were able to shut down Nageti, so I think that's also a big factor for them. Why they were able to, not completely let Honduras take in the lead here.
Yeah, exactly. So at least Nuggetti's not like super dominating right now. He can still be killed, right? He can still be taken out. And as time is going on, Daydad's getting more confident as well on that carry. So maybe the carry can pick someone up, maybe kill the Estes right away. But right now, that's going to be a difficult task. It's all going to be up to Anti-Judas's engage. How good is he on the engage on this Yu Zhang? We'll have to find out.
Well, he's actually pretty far, right? Pretty far right now. Not so sure if he's gonna come in time for this Lord as the fitted airstrike, Militio, and yeah, that's gonna be the signal for Ecuador to back away. And Honduras got what they wanted, and this is going to be, I think, the second or the it should be probably the third Lord of this game, if I'm not mistaken. Malefic Roar as well, and the Divine Glaive. So a lot more damage coming through from Honduras here. Ooh, that is. I mean, you've seen the feathered airstrike of Tyler earlier, and what more damage it can do here with the Divine Glaive. So it's just sealing the deal here for the side of Ecuador. But Mini Martini, 4-man rotation. Okay, that was pretty fast. No escape from Anti-Huda, so he's on a full damage build, by the way. There's a better dare strike once again from Tyler. There is the shield times journey as well as the cult altar. And once again, Anti-Huda is going to go for the backline. It's going to go for Tyler here. Does have the Purify. Purifies out in time. And that's going to be taunts from Shundrax. And I think Anti-Huda is going to get punished here. Monster kill still. Double kill for Nageti, and it's only Daidat and Militio left to defend this base. There's no Firaga armor, and yeah, it's gonna be Honduras locking in the base of Ecuador. That's gonna be game number 1 going to side of Honduras.
That was a beautiful game number 1 victory there for Honduras. That's gonna be the winner, and I love what they did there. That was aggression from minute or second number 1. From the moment the minions spawned, you knew what was gonna happen, right? I mean, this is so interesting, and I was expecting it to come out in the late game. I mean, the late game, it arrived at around 10 minutes, 8 minutes here for Honduras. It was so quick. It got activated in such a fast time that there was not enough room to respond for the Ecuadorian team. So, yeah, we're seeing a strategy here being used by Honduras that we don't see a lot. So I consider myself very lucky to see that, and it worked. It worked beautifully, Burger Kim.
Yeah. Guys, if we were talking about this, I was talking to Rockhart off stream and even here on the live stream about how you can put out different heroes, different strategies, and yeah, just as
Yeah.
we were saying, we actually saw it here in the second best out of 3, the second series for today. You see a Granger and an X-Borg in the jungle. So if you guys want to see more of that, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get more of that. So be sure to let your friends know that we're live right now on YouTube and on Twitch. Be sure to like the IESF page as well for more updates. It's gonna be action-packed MLBB for the Americas for the next 3 days. But for today, we're gonna be having yeah, match point already for Honduras. Yeah, for the next game. So yeah, still best out of 3 here. So we're not yet in the best out of 5. So stay tuned for the next match. But of course, we have to see the highlights as well and our MVP. I presume there's a lot of good. I'm not so sure if it's like Nageti here. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Nageti,
think
or is it?
The Getty definitely looks promising here, but so far I think I want to see more. I want to see more before we get into that. I feel like the best thing to do here is not overreact if you're Ecuador, right? I think if you see the Granger pick so good, maybe don't jump into conclusions that we need to ban this out. I don't think so. I think this Granger can be dealt with if you have a setter tank, if you have a Franco, maybe. A Kufra and a Franco in the roam would be so good in that game. So maybe just tweak your lineup a little bit if you're Ecuador, right? Maybe you can make a comeback if you do that. Because right now, I feel like the Diggy just wasn't it. It's a solid. Diggy's a solid hero. I love Diggy. I play Diggy a lot, but it's just not right in the lineup if you think about it. Because you mentioned it before. What are you gonna use the times journey for? Right? Nothing.
Mhm.
Maybe the mana eruption or the energy eruption from the Fredrin, but no, it wasn't. It wasn't as effective. I get it. I get why you use it. Maybe go for double gold lane. Try to kill the gold laner fast, but we didn't see that happen. We saw them just try to fight these team fights over and over again. And the Diggy just was not good in those team fights. I mean, right there, I see it on the replay. Um, right on target, right on cue. You see what I mean, right? So maybe if it was a tougher goal laner, maybe a tougher roam rather, something that can catch these. Do you see these members of Honduras grouping up together over and over again? If that was an Atlas, boom, right? These are the things you think about. But yeah, I think it was still a good fight. I think Ecuador. This is right? If you see a Farza, go Yuzhong. We didn't see that.
Yeah, and it's just forcing Anti-Hudas here to be like the setter tank here, right? Since George is on this Diggy. And like what you mentioned, right? The Diggy, I think it was more of they were anticipating Honduras to pick up a center tank for the last pick. So they're like, okay, let's go the safer route. Let's pick the Diggy. Make sure that they're uncomfortable with picking a center tank. And actually, they picked up the Estes here, which was still pretty much George. Yeah, he did give vision, and like what you mentioned, Diggy's a solid pick. But up against the lineup here of Honduras, they need to be a little bit more aggressive, right? And the only one who could actually be aggressive here is Anti Hudas, who is actually most of the time forced to pick up like damaged items, right? It's like sometimes you see the Yuzong on the like defensive items, but this particular time, right, he's the one who's gonna dive, so he has to make sure that he has the damage as well to kill those backliners. And yeah, it just forced out a lot of the cult altars in Time's journey in the the wrong time, and I think it's just forcing the members here of Ecuador to just back away. Right, there's too much damage from the side of Honduras.
So safe to say, I think there will be big changes. Or I mean, maybe I hope there's not nothing major changes for Ecuador, but maybe they might think that. Maybe they think they look at that lineup and they say, you know what? Let's change everything. Let's try something else. Maybe that's what I would think of if I see that, if I view that from a replay. But no, I think they Ecuador has good management. They have good what do you call that, mastery of these
Right.
heroes. So I think they don't need to change too much. Maybe they just change, tweak it a little bit in the roam department. I'm not sure what I feel about the X-Borg Gajunga. I'm not sure. Uh, it was pretty
Well,
good in certain scenarios, but this is I don't think this is also the lineup to bring out the
hmm,
X-Borg. But then again, I love what they're doing. I love their maybe this is a test. Maybe test in the waters, right? Test if this can work. But this is a definite result. If your experiment says, you know what, my experiment says it's not working, maybe try something else.
well, I'd say like the export thing. I get the idea, right? But well, for Diggy again, it's a very solid pick, but it's not
Ah, yeah.
something that you can pair with the Xborg, right? It's not something that you can pair with the Xborg. There's really no game-changing ultimates from the side of Honduras as well, right? So I think maybe heroes like maybe like a Matilda would be good, right, up against the export since it has heavy sustain. So I was expecting something like that. Maybe supports with that can give more shields, or maybe like even the Minotaur that has been buffed up pretty well. So I was expecting something more along those lines. But for the side of Ecuador, I think it was more of their lineup, the possible wombo combos that they can do right with the game. And speaking of that, it's gonna be Honduras on the blue side here for game number two, and Ecuador on the red side. Still the Lancelot ban, and still, of course, standard Joy bans here for this second game.
All right. So I still don't know why they're banning out the Lancelot. I would.
It's a comfort.
I'm so curious now. I want to ask them what's happening with the Lancelot, but comfort. Maybe it's comforting, right? Maybe they just watch some streams and maybe they say, "Huh, Lancelot." But
He's
well, you know
pretty
what
good
else
at
we're
that.
not gonna see here? The double hook lineup, the Franco
Mm.
Mincitar. They're breaking it up. They don't need to ban both of them. You just need to ban one of them, and it's working. They're slowing down. They're stopping what Ecuador can do. Maybe they think they see that, oh my God, Ecuador plays Franco and Mincitar. Maybe just ban out one of them. It's happening here.
Plus, you know what? It's interesting too, Rockhart, that we've seen mostly more of the utility type of roamers here, right? So a lot of the Estes, a lot of the yeah, Diggy, Faramis, those type of combos. So we don't really see a lot of well, we haven't seen just yet. So only two setter tanks that have been put into play. So we've seen the Lolita and the Grok. Yeah. So far it's only those two. The Lolita did pretty well, but I think for both sides so far in this particular series, it's just like Estes, Faramis. I like this ban. Arlot as well being banned away here by Honduras. Surprisingly, right? They are on the blue side. The glue is still up. So I'm not so sure if that's going to be Ecuador's answer. The Kaja as well that they banned away in game number one is still open here.
Wonder if they're gonna ban out heroes like the Kadita on the roam. I mean, if you like the Diggy, if you like Digiro, maybe you like the Kadita Rome. I mean, these are really good damage heroes and supportive heroes. But again, these are we're still trying to fish out what these teams are doing, and maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe they're trying to to fish out what you can do, what you can bring out. Oh, look at that! Lunazepam's playing here. Aha! Skylord will
Ooh.
be sitting out on that one. Interesting. I like
Okay,
it, I
just
like
as we
it.
mentioned,
So,
like change in the draft. No, it's actually not a change in the draft. They actually, put out. Okay, Skylord was a sub actually, so they put him, they fielded him out in game number one. So we're gonna be seeing Clonazepam here. Wow, I'm gonna have a handful here for today. Still the Faramis pick here for Honduras. Oh, actually no, it's Honduras picking up the Faramis this time. Is Ecuador gonna answer out with the sustain as well with the Estes? I think we'll find out later on. But speaking of that, there's still a lot of good picks here up for grabs. Eve Farsa is still up, so those high ground mages are still open. The Grok as well, which seems to be a
oh
Finally.
boy, here we go. Oh my goodness, we've been talking about this since series number 1, and it's coming out. It is the Alpha Jungle. I expect it to be Jungle because I feel like it's the strongest. If you go Demon Slayer Alpha on the Jungle, I think you can have a good shot. Other than that, it's Killing Spree Alpha on XP. So I don't know if they want to switch that up. But right now, yeah, I'm loving it. I'm excited for this.
Wow, lots of true damage from both sides, right? Like tank shredders, HP shredders. So you got the alpha. You also got the carry. Immediate answer from Honduras. I haven't seen this Esmeralda. I mean, the last time I've seen this was like especially since it was nerf. There's for the XP laners this time, like you need to have so much more rather than sustain, right? Like there was a time it was just Esmeralda and Uranus in the XP lane, so that was a really long time. Plus the fact that when they go head to head, by the way, it really takes a long time. So I'm not so sure about the Lapu Lapu Esmeralda. I mean, it's Esmeralda can sustain, but the Lapu Lapu's kit is just so good right now, especially up against the Faramis here. Are they gonna lock in like a high ground mage here for Clonazepam? Speaking of that, yeah, they do. That's the Eve being locked in here by Ecuador. I'm not so sure if they'll ban out the Farsa here.
Even with the what do you call that? Even with the nerfs to Lapu Lapu, I think Lapu Lapu is still a very strong XP lane pick. And I don't blame Ecuador for picking it up on the first rotation. Love that right there. But yeah, interestingly enough, that Faramis kept going through. I feel like Faramis is a pretty good pick. We didn't see that last game, but I think in the right timing, in the right composition, the Faramis can actually be very deadly. Will it be one of those times? I wonder.
Oh, they take out the Fredrin here, and let's sustain here for the side of Honduras. And yeah, Shundrax was just such a menace to deal with the Fredrin in the XP lane in game number 1. Actually kept Anti-Hudas contained, and wow, okay. Kaja being banned away here. I was actually expecting Ecuador to do that because they got an Eve, right? They have to consider their Eve as well, like not to cancel that. I have yet to see a Franco too. Like I want to see a Franco go up against this Eve.
Yeah.
Great engage as well. So we haven't seen the Franco just yet. Even though we've seen a lot of Eves, right? Very ironic.
The interesting part is Franco and Kaja, they're like the two heroes that can stop an Eve. And we're not seeing as much of that as we thought we would. So yeah, I hope that we can try to maybe find a way to deal with that Minotaur ban. I woke up in the wrong side of the bed here in this game. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Honduras to ban that out because it's the Minotaur is so we've seen that the Minotaur in the jungle or even the roam, it's a great answer, a great center tag to go up against heroes like the Estes and the Faramis. So I'm actually quite surprised here. So they're gearing up again for a mid lane Faramis. Not so sure about this for Honduras. I would love to see a Farsa here still. Put the Faramis on the roam. They do need that AoE, especially if you're going up against an Eve. Plus two heroes here, like the Lapu Lapu and the Alpha, that really wants to go for those dives. So they need that backline damage. But we have to start out here with Ecuador. They need their roamer. George did the Diggy earlier, so will they go for something different this time? I mean, Estes perhaps? Like, that was the answer that Honduras did. So they actually locked in their gold laner first. So yeah, usually you answer out these heavy type of sustain, these compositions that do the ultimate body experience strategy is when they group up together. You What better way to shred them apart than with the blazing duet of the god? So I like this pickup from the side of Ecuador.
Yeah, they immediately answer it. I love that. No hesitation. And I think that's exactly what Ecuador need to do. They don't need to overthink it. If you think a Claude will kill a Faramis, then go ahead, right? I mean, that's exactly what you need to do, and I love it. Simple is going to be the way to go for Ecuador here. And so far, their lineup is almost all damage. So I wonder who their main tank is going to be. I am maybe hoping for a Kufra, maybe an Atlas, um, but I'm not sure if they're going to go that route. I don't know if they're going to maybe go for a Diggy again. I don't know if that's going to happen here.
Well, it makes more sense right now to pick up the Diggy. You got the Nuan on Blast to cancel out. There's the Falling Star Moon as well. So yeah, I think for George, it would make sense if you pick up a Diggy. Again, there's for Ecuador, right? If they pick up the Diggy, there's still no hard front line here, especially the Eve needs that. So not so sure if they will go for like yeah, Atlas, those center tanks, Atlas. Lolita's already taken here. So what's it gonna be for George this time? Oh, I like this. We talked about this.
Yeah, that's gonna work.
Oh.
That's gonna work.
Oh,
yeah, there you go. All
there
right.
you go. And right after they pick that up,
Ecuador...
that's instant purify from both sides. Look at that.
Look at that. I love that. I love this. So, this is a better lineup. 100% for me, this is a better lineup for Ecuador. This is, again, don't overthink it. Don't, what do you call that? Just don't beat yourself up too much. Just pick heroes that can work against what Honduras is working on. And I think, yeah, this time they can be aggressive. This is the lineup that wants to go early until the mid game. And if they win early, they will win mid. And they could actually finish the game around mid game if they want to. They don't need to wait for late. With the lineup they have, yep, it's G time. Go time every time.
Well, here's the thing, right? Finally, we're seeing two center tanks because for the previous series and even in game number 1, we've seen like mostly like two supports, two roamer supports, or either like one tanky support and then one utility type of support. So this is the first time we're actually seeing two center tanks. And here's the thing, right? You have to time your ultimates well here. So if the Diggy was a thing here, you have to time in those ultimates properly, the fatal links, considering that there's also still a Lolita here to set up the plays for Honduras. But yeah, I do agree with you. I like this, both sides can be aggressive roamers, and I am looking forward to see this alpha once again in the jungler role this time, and with the adjustments being made, I'd love to see, heroes that haven't been picked up just yet shine in the current meta.
Yeah, absolutely. So watch out for these heroes, especially the Atlas. I love the pickup here. And this time, if you want to be aggressive, if you're Nuggetty, if you're Shundrax, if you're Tyler, you're gonna have to think twice. And that's exactly what you need to do here. So I love what they're doing, but I think Honduras, they have an opening around the mid game, but right now, early game, they just make sure that, you know what, we can fight.
Mm-hmm. And plus the fact that the frigid body here from the Atlas is gonna cause Honduras to think twice before they move too close, right? There's the slow, there's also the freeze, like the freeze from the frigid body, from the passive of
Yeah.
the Atlas. And Now, looking at things, I think both sides are actually quite careful here before they go for an engage, right? They don't want to be too aggressive here in the early stages, especially since the first turtle is up. So that's going to be something big. And Malikio actually going in for the ultimate there onto Shundrax and actually causing him to pop in that sprint early on. That's going to be one resource expended from the side of Honduras.
That's true. Now this turtle is gonna be the one that they're gonna focus on. All ultimates are up for both sides right now, apparently. But there's only Shuntrax who has that sprint. Oh man, here comes the Numinal Blast, and there's not gonna be much actually done with it. Still pretty solid. Both teams are still alive. There goes First Blood. Nugeti takes it. Anti-Judas, oh my god, he got left behind. Oh, everyone went on the train except for him. But yeah, he's still gonna be able to survive, at least for now. This late game insurance policy in the Claude is also looking really good still for Ecuador. But it's still gonna be Honduras with the early game advantage.
Wow, looking at the Atlas, Lapu Lapu, and an Alpha, right? These are heroes that can go all aggressive, but actually they're very reserved. I noticed like Ecuador's very reserved. Like they calculate their team fights very well, right? Like they don't want to overcommit. And actually, I think for George, right, like when he was super low, he actually flickered out to safety. Right, I do understand that, but yeah, for Ecuador, they're less aggressive. Like it's actually Honduras being so aggressive here. But yeah, props to the Numinon Blasa from Danny Conqueso there. Well timed. And again, these are the things that you have to consider, right? When you're a set tank, timing is the key, especially when you're throwing in that ultimate.
That's true. Honestly, I actually thought it might have not worked as good as they wanted to. Because I think it only stunned two people. And they were able to survive. George was able to survive that, but only for a moment. The good follow up from Nugeti made sure that the Honduras engage still had a positive gold outcome. So, but they're doing pretty good job at least keeping this together. Right now, there is still some good counter engage that can come out from Ecuador, so Honduras has to be careful here.
Ooh, that is tough boots on clonazepam. Yeah, yeah, tough boots, and then going for the talisman for the next item. So rarely do I see that. Like I see like mostly if you're like mid laner Eve, you go in for the arcane boots, like for magic penetration, and then or maybe even like the mana boots, right? It does help with the mana region of the Eve. So yeah, tough boots, right? So to cancel out all the control skills from Honduras. And once again, the Getty, but oh, there's
Oh!
the steal right in the nick of time. Elite was like, yeah, I'm just gonna walk right in, really cool, click in that retribution, and get in that turtle. There's the fatal link from Jordan. Here comes the cult altar from the side of Honduras. They're gonna go in for more. There's the sustain. Nageni gonna go in for Militio, but the damage is just too much. He gets caught in the middle, gets taken down there by Ante Judas, and that's gonna be Ecuador actually winning in that one. Long team fights, but yeah, they were able to get the jungler here of Honduras.
Yeah, Honduras definitely had a false sense of security coming into that game. And right now, they are being punished hard for it. One by one, Honduras really starting to fall. And I have to note that both the Lapu Lapu and the Alpha are actually in the Bloodlust Act, so a lot of regen coming in from Ecuador, and they know how to use it.
Oh, there's the fatal links from George. He gets taken down there. But Mini Martini gonna get George as well. And nicely timed Numenon Blast there from Danny Conqueso as they escape back to safety here. And Ecuador, actually, this is the aggression that we were looking for. And this time, well calculated. And, once they go in, they go all the way here for the side of Ecuador, not hesitating any further. And they have to commit to that, right? Because they got George there to back them up with the fatal links. And it's nicely timed all the time as well with the ultimate here of Militio. And for looking at their goal here, it's still not that far, 2-2. So again, the score very reserved. But they are, yeah, attempting in clashes or actually forcing out ultimates here. There's the basic duet. Shundrax falls, and that's gonna be Ecuador once again picking up the kill here.
Yeah, and right now, 3-3 on the kill score. Oh my god, what happened there? There you go. Oh, Danny Conqueso, not gonna be long for the world. Tyler could not save him. Oh man, Ecuador, they're making a comeback in a big way here in game number 2 for sure.
Wow, interesting too that Shundrax picked up actually prioritized the dominance ice over like the talisman. So he actually built that item first. I mean, I do understand you're going up against the Lapu Lapu here of Anti-Hudas. That's why I was asking you earlier. I was like, okay, Lapu Lapu and Esmeralda. Not so often that we see that. And now Ecuador on the driver's seat right now. They actually taking the tower on the bottom side and pick up the last turtle here, leveraging their gold and XP even further.
Yep, maximum leverage right now coming in from Ecuador. Even the Lapu Lapu looking really good. With a pickup on the dominance ice, that means that they mean business. And Shundrax is gonna have a harder time keeping alive on the team fight. So that's something they have to think about before they charge those Numenon Blasts from Danny Conqueso, which looks like he's gonna be chased out here by George. They want to fight.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing too about Honduras's lineup, right? They got an Atlas to deal with here, and there's two purifies here for the side of Honduras, so they have to calculate it well as well when they're gonna use that purify. Is it gonna be on the Fatal Links of George, or is it gonna be either on the bravest fighter here of Anti-Huda? So there's just a lot to consider here. And speaking of Shundrax containing Anti-Hudas, it's actually a different story right now. It's actually Shundrax being contained in this lane. And now he's actually gonna be forced to answer out to this Claude. There's the double setup, there's the Fatal Links, and then the Winter Blast and Mini Martini gonna be having a free hit experience there. Tyler's gonna be the first one to fall, overextended fights, and Danny Conqueso falls as well. And finally, the Ice Queen won here for Clonazepam.
Yep. Oh my goodness. It is looking really, really dire for the blue side. And there are going to be a lot of things that we will have to think about here. What are the comeback mechanics? These are so many. This is such a dire moment right now for Honduras.
Definitely, right? Like Honduras had a great start. I think for this game, right, is they have to consider canceling out the real world manipulation. They also got the blazing duet to deal with, right? So there's a lot of burst damage from the side of Ecuador, plus the fatal links that George has been timing so well in this game. Plus the Winter Blast as well. So I think it's a matter of who's gonna go in first. And there you go, engage from George. Fatal links onto Danny Conqueso. He's unable to set the play here, but it's gonna be Nageri. It's all to buy the time for Nageri to get in that Lord, click it in that Retribution. No steal this time. So yeah, this is gonna give them a little bit more breathing space for the side of Honduras.
That is so cool. I did not expect Honduras to go straight for a Lord. They seem to be confident still, even though Ecuador has been winning the last few team fights. So this is the call that you need to do if you are behind. And this is still any man's game. Look at the gold. We are almost dead even. And we have a Lord walking on top side for Honduras right now. That is massive.
Well, that's gonna be. I guess it's not gonna be that hard to deal with just yet. I mean, they got a Claude here to just take down the Lord, but at least this is some time for the side of Honduras to at least pick up the towers, pressure in the sides, because for the side of Ecuador, they already got in 2 towers, and again the Claude here of Dydad looking really good. Hasn't gotten any deaths just yet, so 102. He also picked up the Wind of Nature here, by the way, so anticipating the fact that he's going to be the primary target here of Honduras.
Yeah, actually, Dydad is almost full item. All the core items are secured, so all the other items that Dydad's gonna pick up, that's basically gonna be more of luxury items, trying to stay alive in the fights, right? So we'll see. It's all gonna be up to George. Oh my goodness, Dydad! Speaking of Dydad, he's going down. George with the fatal links, but no one to follow up. Oh my goodness! Honduras, they're going straight for it! Clonazepam also gonna fall as well.
Wow, and it just all started with the blazing duet there of Daidat, just as we were talking about it. I love how this is going like full circle. Every time we talk
We
about
jinxed
something,
it.
it
We
actually
jinxed
happened.
Dad, man.
Yeah, it actually happened. And I mean, look at Mini Martini here. I actually did notice this. 600 on the carry, and he's not even full items just
Woo!
yet. Like, he's just being able to free hit everyone. And again, props to the Numenon Blast here of Dani Conqueso. Always on time, always on point here. George as well. But I think for Honduras, what they're doing right here with Mini Martini is his positioning here. Right? It's his positioning. He's always at the
Yeah.
right place, right time. He's unable to get. I mean, considering there's an alpha here and a Lapu Lapu, right? So, I mean, he's gonna have a hard time positioning himself here. But he's fine, right? 600 on the carry.
That's all right. Mini Martini hasn't died this game. Even with the very aggressive heroes of Ecuador, that's actually a big mystery for me. But right now, I think we're seeing what Ecuador is doing. They're not sticking together. The Fatal Links is gonna be denied once more, and Danny Conqueso with a Numenal Blast for free. Still not gonna be able to get some results. Mini Martini on the back, he's trying to stay alive. Here's Nuggetti! Oh, the true damage coming in from the Decimate is just way too much for Ecuador to handle. And they are gonna be down for the count. It's Lord going over to Honduras.
Wow, just after that, from the Getty, he just comes in at the right time. There was the Numenon Blast from Danny Conqueso, and actually perfectly timed actually from both sides. The Fatal Links was cancelled out, so instant you see those two Purifies being used up by Tyler and Mini Martini, and there. That's a thing for Ecuador, right? They have to time it. They have to time the Fatal Links, especially when Mini Martini doesn't have that Purify. So they have to know that information as well. But Danny Conqueso just always goes for these counter engages. I love it, right? Like after that, he always waits for the Fatal Links to be out, and then he makes the play. Now there you go. Fatal
Oh,
Links
speaking of
and
Fatal
the
Links,
blast.
that's one of the most beautiful Fatal Links we'll ever see in this game. But look at that, Burger Kim. It is still not enough to slow down Honduras. No minions on the mid, but they will have the Lord on top side. What's Honduras gonna do about this? Will they go for the engage? There's no Numenon Blast available. It's only gonna be all for the normal attacks of Mini Martini and Tyler's Phantom. That's gonna be that's a beautiful push. They're making it work. Nuggetti is the unsung hero here for this.
Oh yeah, Nuggetti and Mini Martini that they haven't shut down just yet. They have to answer out to that. They know that very well. And there are attempts here to try to take down Mini Martini. But looking at his gold here, he's the richest in this game. 11.1k gold up against Daidan that actually has the Avarice emblem. So, in terms of the range, in terms of the toolkit, it is actually Mini Martini. I mean, for Claude up against a carry, there's just so much more mobility for the Claude, right? But it's always like Mini Martini being able to outplay a Daidan here. I mean, props as well to Dade Conqueso, right? Setting up the plays. Plus the cult altar here from Tyler. Also always on time. And now
It was
Shundras
funny
forced to pop the
'cause-
sprint. I don't know.
It was funny because George had a beautiful, excellent Fatal Links. I mean, almost everyone was caught, but the damage is just not enough. That's a big question mark for me. I mean, well, I wonder what's happening here, but we are seeing a huge engagement. Anti-Judas just trying to see if he can maybe force Honduras into a fight, but now they're the ones who's getting chased up. There's George, there's the Cult Altar that we were talking about. Again, nerfs aside, Numenon Blast by Daddy Conqueso once more to the head. Slowing down the engagement. It is still a sustained fight. Really, really good sustain coming out from Ecuador this time around.
Oh! Yeah, long engages there from both sides, but definitely a win for Ecuador. They forced out all the resources from the side of Honduras. But just as we were saying that, Mini Martini quietly Locking in the Lord. Look at how fast that speedy light wheel is. I'm not so sure. They don't even need the retribution. Actually, yeah, Nageti does get that retribution in time to get in that Lord. Sneaky play from
Oh,
Honduras. Right after we mentioned that Ecuador was getting the upper hand, but Tyler, wow, unable to escape that one. Blazing duet. But fortunately enough for Honduras, Raphart, we got the Lord here. But for the prize too.
yeah, Tyler doesn't mind. He's back right now. He's back on the mid. Uh, of course, the Pharom is passive. Just make sure that you are able to stay in the fight long enough. But now, there is going to be a Lord on bottom side. Top side's not pushing, though, so that might be an opening for Ecuador to maybe pick one off from Honduras, maybe get the fight in their favor. But it's going to be split up, Burger King. It's going to be a split on the mid and top side. And Nogedi is keeping Mini Martini safe right there on your screens. George, oh my goodness, the Fatal Links. But that's all he's going to be able to help with. And the GG push coming in from Honduras. They want to end this right here, right now. Will there be enough clear? There goes the claws, blazing duet. Looks like Mini Martini still alive on the back. No more blazing duet available means it is a go time for Honduras.
He's still going for
Try
more.
to clean it up, but look at that. All is good in the hood for Honduras. Think that's going to be it, taking the series against Ecuador.
Wow, it was actually a back and forth game for this Rakhart. Like there were answers all throughout the game, I would say, for both Honduras and Ecuador. Actually, Ecuador had some very good team fights actually in that game, but was still Honduras that endured up until the end. Right, they were able to hold out. Plus, you mentioned the Martis here, unsung hero, definitely. Nogeti always timing in that destination in the nick of time, doing the cleanup work. And I'd say, GG well played by Honduras. Another clean sweep that we see today.
But it wasn't as quick as we thought, right? It might have
Right.
been a sweep, but it was very hard fought. Even though they were behind, I think Ecuador could have still managed. It was Atlas being spotted out a lot. George, I mean, he did a pretty good job in engaging, but overall, I think we could have seen better engages. And I'm a little sad that we didn't get to see the Alpha win today, but it's still, I think, still a good pick, right? It's still a solid pick, but was almost immediately answered by Honduras with with the Esmeralda as well as the Lolita. It could not really do the normal attacks the continuous normal attacks that you want to see from an Alpha, and I think that was a big factor in them losing it out. Plus, of course, the early dominance ices.
Mhm. You know, if I was George here in this game, like I'd get so frustrated, right? I mean, I've got
Yeah.
very good fatal links in this game, but again, when he goes in for the fatal links, oh my goodness, there's a purify. Oh wait, there's a cult altar. Okay, there's static conquesta with the Numenor blast. So it's just a lot of things to consider for George in this game. Commend his sets though. I think for the last, I think for some of the clashes, he was actually forced to use the fatal links on Shundrax. So he's not getting the targets that he wanted, but actually very good setups from him. It's just frustrating that there's the purify, and when they don't have that purify, there's that cult altar from Tyler. Always properly timed, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And if you think about it, what was gonna be the target, right? Nugeti is immune from crowd control if he's on Mortal Coil. Shundra was the only target. He was the only target that actually get hooked in by the Fatal Links. And I love the reaction from Honduras. They recognize the capabilities and the strengths of their opponent. They went, like you mentioned, immediately switched to Purify almost everybody. And you can see the effect. It worked out so well. They got caught by the Fatal Links. We don't care. We'll still be able to fight. Mini Martini, I think he had only one death, right? Maybe 0 deaths in this whole game, which is surprising because Ecuador had a good control of the early game there from the first minute.
Right, and it's actually good for Ecuador, right? They were winning the clashes, But when the time by the time actually Mini Martini got in his items, there's just, well, look at this Daddy con queso with the plays, right? Always the counter engages from him. He's not the type of setter to go first. Like he always goes for the counter engages here, which is actually a really big factor for the side of Honduras, which is why they were able to win in those last few clashes. And here's the thing, right? For the side of Honduras, they're always so spot on with their objective takes. Like it's, I mean, there was a steal there from Melito, but ultimately, um, all the final lords, the turtles that they needed, it was all secured by Nagedi.
Yeah, it was actually beautiful team fighting as well from Honduras. They don't always go all in. It's like they're always backing off. They always have a way to
Right.
sustain. They have a way to keep Mini Martini alive. He actually did not die. He right now in the replay is 8-0 and free. And that just means that Honduras just has optimal control of their macro, which resulted to them being able to defeat even a lineup that has a Claude Atlas and an Eve. So I feel like there were so many OP heroes that were actually taken by Ecuador, and Honduras was able to manage to fight it out still. So still very, very impressive. Once more, another sweep for the day, guys. It's rain and sweeps so far. But again, these games are not short. I mean, normally in some tournaments, you'd see them,
Mhm.
they'd be 2-0 and then 12 minutes each. No, that did not happen here. So MVP here absolutely is Mini Martina. I don't know how you stayed
Yeah.
alive in that game. Even in the first game, I feel like it was just pure chaos, and Mini Martina was able to survive on all of them. What about you, Burger King?
Mhm. Yeah, and here's the thing about Mini Martini, right? You're a carry. You only have like the either the sidestep or you got Tyler to back you up with the cult altar, right? So there's really not much
Yeah.
ins and outs of the clash. So I'm really surprised that this is the outcome of a carry going up against a Claude that has a lot more mobility. So I'm impressed. Positioning wise, it's just so good. Plus, props as well to Daddy con Queso as well as Tyler for aiding Mini Martini in all of those clashes.
Yeah, and our MVP for the game, of course, is gonna be none other than
Ah,
Nagedi. All right, I actually I would concede to that. He only died twice in that game. No way, no way. Is that real? That's amazing.
yeah, it's
'Cause
real.
he
That's
was a
two deaths.
Martis. That's, I mean,
Mhm.
the stats don't lie. That's true. Stats don't lie. This is actually excellent gameplay from Honduras. I feel like they were able to really capitalize on being able to. I think they were capitalizing on the roamers taking the damage,
Right.
right? They were able to capitalize on other lanes taking the attention. That we Nogedi flew under the radar there. I was surprised by the stats he was outputting as a jungler, as a frontline jungler. He only died twice in the series. That's saying something. So a big props to
Right.
Ecuador and sorry, to Honduras rather, and a big props
Honduras,
to
yeah.
Nagedi for that MVP performance.
And it's crazy though. So it's just crazy that he was able to make in all those plays, mostly like cleanup work. It's like Nuggetti's like, oh, okay, Mini Martini, you're done shredding the HP. Okay, my turn. So congratulations to Honduras for getting in the clean sweep and of course taking in this best out of three series. But of course, we still have one more last best out of three series here in our IESF Americas qualifier. So you got Burger Kim and Rockhart. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and I'm Rockhart. This is Burger Kim, and we are back for game number 3, or match number 3, actually. How do you feel about last game, Burger Kim?
I mean, it's clean sweeps today. I've seen a lot of uncontemporary picks, or maybe like the heroes that have been buffed up in the recent patch. I like that, and I want to see more of that. And we're actually going to be seeing Colombia and Panama here for our final BO3, not for this tournament, but for today. So last BO3 for today, and this is going to wrap things up, right? So you more or less get to see um, a lot of the teams already. You get a peek into their strategies, what they're comfortable with, what they're good with. And so far, actually, Rockhart, this is your first time, casting for a different region other than Southeast Asia. So how does it feel like, seeing the different metas in, different regions? What's it like?
So far, I feel like I'm enjoying seeing them, and I'm enjoying what I see. I am trying to integrate them with what I currently know, and that's always an interesting task, right? To find out what other regions are researching on, what they're trying out, and we're gonna have to find out whether or not these are gonna be as effective as we want to, as we head up into the roster reveal for both of these teams. First off, it's gonna be Colombia. It's Prime Marigold, Chifu, Abyss, Furanco, and Hunter Humilde. I hope I pronounced that last one
Ooh.
right. Humilde. There you go. Humilde.
Humilde.
So Furanco, I think he didn't really. I don't think that's as difficult to pronounce as we think. Maybe that's just Franco in a little
Yeah,
bit of
I
an
was gonna
anime
say that. I was gonna point that. I was like, when Franco's in an anime, what do you call it? Furanco. Yeah, it sounds right. Like the first time I read, I was like, oh yeah, it sounds like Franco. So does he make Franco?
Yeah.
So there are like IGNs here, like Hide on Bush, okay, Tigreal, and Franco. I'd be so sad if he didn't pick up a Franco here. Also, is he the roamer? But we'll find out later on. But yeah, I want to see
We'll find
Furanco
out.
play Franco. And him using like the Japanese VO of the hero, that was so cool, right? That was so cool.
If this is a Japanese voice pack, that would be so cool. I would 100% vouch for that, and I would always use it in my games. But of course, that's something that we'll have to find out later on. Hopefully, is Rome. Let's look out in Panama's side this time around, and it is going to be Baby, Yasim, Hacker, Scooby, and the Michael Kaiser.
Scooby. Where's Do? Nah. Yeah. My
I
favorite.
think Du's a little late. Yeah, I think he's a little late to the party. Maybe later on we'll see Du.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
Um,
Scooby. Is there a Scrappy in this team? Yeah, so cool. I love
no.
how players get super creative with their ideas. I just love it for this for this particular region. So it's good. Yeah, Michael Kaiser. Is this his real name? Oh no, it's not. It's really an IGN.
I don't think so. Yeah, these
it's
are
not really.
definitely
Sounds like a real name.
IGNs. I'm looking at them right now. Yep. So right now for Colombia, looks like they are definitely. I'm trying to see if they're using some of their real names, and I did see Franco's name is Frank. So that's all right. That's
Okay,
his first name.
that makes sense. That makes sense because
Oh,
I mean
man.
Franco is one of the heroes that you master, right? Like one of the first tank heroes that you can get in MLBB. So I was like, okay, did he main Franco before? What do I name myself? Like, it can't be Franco, right? So I was like, Franco
Yeah.
to make it like Japanese. But yeah, okay, it makes sense. His name is Frank. Franco.
I
But
think
maybe
we
it's like
overthought. Yeah.
yeah.
We
I
did a
just
little
love
bit
like
of
digging
overthinking.
deep into the IGN, right? Like I really want to talk to these players. I want to talk with these players. Like, what's the reason behind your IGN? It's always a very interesting stories. I mean, you guys don't ask me why. My name is Spirit Kim. I mean, you'll find out. But yeah, it's always a question, and it's always like a great conversation starter. But speaking of that, we're gonna head straight into the draft here, Rock Hard, and we're seeing. Actually, this is the second time we're seeing a Fanny band here.
No surprise at all. I think Fanny, for any region, is definitely a big threat. Any Fanny main can usually dominate at even level 2. So these are These are things that the teams are very much aware of. I love that, and they're not overthinking it. Like I said, just keep it plain and simple. But what I love is also the Navaria ban, which means that they're probably trying to get ready for a possible, like I don't know, a possible Rome, maybe, or Rome Navaria is actually pretty big in them in the region. So that's something I'm looking forward to, and unfortunately, we won't see in this game.
And it's quite interesting, right? These are not the usual heroes that you would see being banned out or being in the prio ban list. So I think it's more of like selected target bans. Like looking at Colombia here, that's like two marksman hero bans, which is something we don't really see so often. So with this being said, there's a lot of heroes here that are in the S tier, in the A tier that's open. Valentina, there's the glue also that is in the prio list to be picked up in the first phase. So, well, Colombia, it's your pick. And speaking of the Valentina, of course, that's going to go first. Very safe choice, too, because pretty much whatever your opponent picks, you know what, I can just copy the ultimate. It's fine. That's why Valentina's almost all the time, it's always on the ban list.
And luckily enough for Panama, though, they will have the ability to pick up, what do you call that? A pretty good counter to this. Maybe they don't want to pick up a Franco yet, just because you don't want to bring it, you don't want to give it away, and just give away a really really good ultimate. But the Faramis, they can pick that up if they wanted to, and that's a good option. Although I don't think it's a priority right now. Maybe on third pick, because obviously they won't pick up a Faramis for Colombia, right? They don't want to pick up a both Valentina and the Faramis, so that's definitely out of the question. And wow, all right, the center tanks, Burger Kim, they're making a comeback here in this game. Kufra coming out very quickly for Colombia, actually.
Yeah, I mean, instantly right after that Lancelot pick, I mean, wow, okay, this is the first time I'm seeing like Lancelot in the. Well, I mean, yes, I've seen it in like well Southeast Asia, right? If you're very comfortable with it, then definitely gonna go for it. But I love seeing like different heroes. As well. You can lock this in, but yeah, that's a much better, well, a safer choice in terms of the meta right now. Mortis that has a very good win rate here so far in IESF. Very good early for both sides actually. So we haven't seen their late game just yet. And speaking of the late game, yeah, they've been hovering over that carry and locking it.
So far, it's damage all day for the Panama side, with the Alpha on the XP and a Lancelot on the jungle. They lock out the carry just in case it gets banned out, because as you can see, Colombia has been banning out a lot of marksmen. So they just want to make sure that they secure that lane pick before they run out of heroes in the gold lane, I think.
Mhm. And I was thinking, okay, this could be a thing, right? Ban out more marksman heroes. There you go. One being banned away here. So yeah, this is gonna be a double-edged sword, right? For Colombia. They ban out two marksman heroes and Panama gets their carry. So I wouldn't be surprised if Panama actually just going to ban out another marksman hero for the last ban slot here. Just limit out the marksman. Leave the next best option here, but the Beatrix is still open, by the way, not unless they ban it away. High ground mages are being banned away surprisingly here by Colombia, despite the fact that they have a Valentina here. I mean, pretty much you can just, okay, yeah, leave the Eve open, it's fine. We can pick up its ultimate. So, not so sure what Colombia has here in mind, but I think they're just taking as much artillery out since it's already artillery heavy here for Panama in their first three picks.
Yeah, that is true. Looking really solid right now. In I think Farsa might have to be considered here for the ban for Colombia, because otherwise that will be a good option to deal with the Kufra. Although the Valentina would love it if you picked up a Farsa. Like, all right, go ahead, pick up the Farsa. I want that. The Valentina is gonna have to a beautiful skill to work with.
And there's still the marksman hero question for Colombia, right? So I'm looking at the next best options for marksman lineups here. Beatrix, perhaps. I think that would be the next go-to marksman to go up against the carry since the Claude and the Melissas are already out. Are they going to take another high ground mage here, a Faramis, or ooh, Diggy? Okay, that makes
Oh,
sense. Okay, this time this makes sense
all right.
because there's a Kufa here, and with the Diggy being put into play, right, you're not going to be able to have a good time to make in the sets. I like this Lilia. Okay, I personally do this if I go up against a Valentina. So, I mean, the black shoes is still pretty much useful, but it's not as impactful as, let's say, the real world manipulation or the feathered airstrike. So, I like this Lilia pick from Panama.
And that's gonna be the Leslie pick. I don't mind this. This is okay. This actually works well in the lane against the carry. And I have to agree with what
Carry.
you said. I think the black shoes is the best skill to give to the Valentina. I mean, it's the best pick against it, right? Because all right, take my black shoes. What are you gonna do? You're gonna run away with it. So it's actually a really good one. But right now, obviously, there is still a lot of potential kill threat from Colombia in terms of the XP lane as well. Since now that we see the Benedetta come out, it's actually really strong.
And it can pressure the alpha here, right? Fast wave clear, so Benedetta, a great solution to go up against an alpha here that really wants to go head to head. And now here's the question for Panama. I was actually going to talk about the roamer. They're not going to go for the Faramis, which was open. So I mean, with the Valentina being put into play, this makes so much more sense. Minotaur, first time in this match. So we're gonna see again two roamers here, two center tanks finally for our last best out of three series for today. Minotaur versus the Kufa.
So it's actually cool because I love the Minotaur just because you don't really have much front line, right? In the line of Panama, but this time around with the Minotaur they do. And don't forget, last I think this was also banned out in the previous games. So I love this Minotaur, and I don't know if you guys in the chat have you tried the new Minotaur with the always ready ultimate. I love it. I love it. It's really really
Love it too.
good for setting up your teammates.
Mhm. And here's the thing about the Minotaur too. I think in the previous patch, they took out the knockup on the Minotaur. So I think that was a big thing. And after that, they put it back up. I love the ultimate here of the Minotaur as well. And yeah, speaking of, one of the adjustments that were made to the Valentina was also the cooldown from the stolen ult. So that's something that they have to consider too. So this is more or less Abyss gonna use in that 1-2 combo on the Valentina. So there's just probably the most, yeah, looking at the ultimates here, maybe the Phantom Execution from the Lancelot or the ultimate here from the Alpha should be the ultimates to be picked up here by Abyss. But other than that, like I mean, it's only, yeah, there's only so much it can take for this game.
Yeah, that's true. Especially around the early game. Oh my goodness! First blood with a flicker out. Nothing but net here, and I don't think they're done yet. Daleka Ito trying to get some more damage done. I love the aggression from coming in from Colombia here.
Yeah, just the arcane shade from the Valentina. Yeah, the 1-2 combo from the Valentina is enough, and it can definitely pressure. And this is the thing that you would want for a Valentina, right? Hit the enemies with your skill so you can trigger your passive. Like the Primal Force can be triggered. More XP for the Valentina, and at the same time, right? This is something that well, Abyss needs to do right now because the Lilia here, Narco Baby, has a lot more wave here than the Valentina. And right before the turtle, they actually pressure a lot. They're poking a lot
Oh,
for both sides here.
they're fighting hard
It's-
right now. Look at the pressure of Colombia forcing a flicker out, but still really demolishing ISM. Man, this is gonna be an easy turtle for them if that's the case.
Prime Mary God going straight for the turtle here, and there's that Dalika Eto actually cutting out the waves really fast. That Electro Final Blow. There's also Abyss here. There's the Vengeance. There's Electro Final Blow with the Petrify, and he seals the deal. takes down Hacker there with unable to do anything. So that wasn't the flicker. So he can't really escape that one. Great start here for Colombia. 4 kills. 2 minutes in.
This lineup is deadly in the early game that they have right now. On the bottom side, Chifu's charging it up. He has the Tyrant's Rage, but will be missing on the Tyrant's Revenge. Big problems here. And that's going to be a flicker being used just to stay alive.
Ooh, there's the Minoan's Rage getting taken there by Abyss. So again, there has to be the ultimate adjustment or the IMU adjustments that was made in the current patch. That's something that Abyss has to consider as well. So yeah, Minotaur, I asked him here, gonna get poked up a lot, forced to use that Minoan's Fury here, but Primary goes in for the kill. There's the setup here onto Michael Kaiser. They're unable to do anything under their own tower, and he still gets taken down by Zeno there.
No
Flickers out the
way.
safety too. Wow, 7 kills. It's not.
That was
Wow, this is a
beautiful.
lot of kills.
It's only 3 minutes in the game, man. What are you guys doing? Do you want to end it so quickly? I have to say, that was actually really good tower diving from Colombia. They juggled the damage very well on their end. And it resulted to no one dying, despite them taking so much damage.
And after those kills, like Primary God here is on a killing spree. 13k already, right? They got the turtles as well. So if Colombia keeps this up, this is going to be really hard for Panama to actually equalize on the goal. Like even Scooby here has second thoughts and try to go in for that turtle steal. He's just going to give it away here to Colombia. I'm not so sure. They have to answer out to this, right? The aggression here of Colombia. If this keeps up, right, this is going to be really hard in terms of like XP and their gold as well as a team.
Yeah, right now it's basically just at 5k goal lead. This is looking like an absolute dominating victory, but not yet, right? We're not quite there yet. There is still a possibility of like one big setup coming in from ISM. And again, the carry, we still haven't seen its tipping point, its breaking point yet, right? So it's level 5 right now, and look at Marigod level 9. Oh my goodness.
2 levels ahead of Scooby. That is having a hard time even under their own tower. Wow, Narco Baby just popped in that black shoes and doesn't have another one. Crazy, like 9 kills already for Colombia. This fast pace, and considering that Narco Baby is on a mystery shop emblem here, just picked up that Clock of Destiny. So there's still no Ice Queen one just yet to slow down the members here of Colombia. And if you think about it, the lineup here of Colombia is just so mobile. Like it's gonna be really hard to set up those bombs from the Lilia. I do like how it's an answer to the Valentina, but right now they have to answer out to this Hacker in the middle of everything. He gets taken down here. Primary God not gonna go for more. They have the upper hand here. 10 minutes. I think that's like 2 kills per minute. Am I right? Is my math right? Not so
Yeah,
sure. Like
yeah.
20k gold lead. for Colombia
Almost,
team.
but the important thing is it's almost 7k goal lead, and they're fighting non-stop underneath these turrets. Zeno making each and every shot count. That's 10 seconds on the next turtle, and I think they can take more.
Wow, 4,800 for Zeno as compared to Michael Kaiser. I mean, I understand that like so much pressure on all across the map here for Colombia. And that's 4.9 go. Yeah, just hit that 5k and 2.8 for Michael Kaiser. I'm not so sure if this will pan out. Like not unless they get like a shutdown gold on Primary God. They should be able to take in some gold back, but there's just no answers yet from Panama. I do see the attempts here from ISM to make in the Minoan's Rage here from that Minotaur, but we haven't seen anything just yet. This is care of the super aggressive gameplays that is being shown here by Colombia.
Yeah, just non-stop aggression. I feel like Colombia definitely has a big up. Oh, another fight happening here on the mid. ISM, no more damage available here for Panama. and they're slowly but surely being bullied straight into their base. Oh man, Xeno, he's a non-stop true damage machine at this point.
Yep, plus he just picked up that endless battle as well. So it's pretty much untouchable. Look at that, just poking in Scooby, forcing him to back away. And once again, Martis doing Martis things, just cleaning up the work here. And once again, 3 kills instantly here for Colombia. How can they answer out to this, Rockhard? I mean, this is just complete domination by Colombia. And as for Panama, right, they're just waiting for Michael Kaiser here that has 4 deaths already. And if they get in this next Lord, I'm not so sure if they will be able to survive the onslaught here of Colombia.
Look at that, Xeno just basically a turret itself on that Leslie. Ah, these damage. Ah, they're really making their marks here.
I love the Leslie skin that Zeno's using too. Probably the best one out there. I think that's a BOD for Zeno, right? At this point, with this amount of gold that he's getting, he can pick up all those damage items. I think this is going to be a very early BOD as well for Zeno. Look at that. 1-0-12 on the Leslie. That's crazy. Almost like
That
the
is
60
crazy.
kills. Almost 100% the kill participation here for Zeno.
And that's 12. That's like 12k gold lead. 12-0. Oh man, seriously, I don't think there's not much that Panama can do. If they don't go out their base, they have to walk out. They have to try to contest these objectives, or they're just gonna fall behind.
And there you go. That's gonna be Colombia securing in the Lord. Hopefully, they're hoping that this is actually gonna be the final deal for them to actually take in the towers. And look at the items here, Rockhart. Such a struggle here for the side of Panama to get in the items that they need, because look at Primary God just shredding everyone apart. And even the members here of Panama are forced to back away. The ultimate snipe almost getting Michael Kaiser there. Fortunately enough, there was the block. There's still the Lord marching down bottom side here for Colombia. Let's see if this is enough. I think this should at least be the inhibitors down for the side of Panama.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever experienced being two-shot by a Leslie, but it could happen here as well. That build is so strong. If you get the critical items, you can't really go near it. That's a problem by Panama, right? They can't really go near the Leslie, and they can't stop these critical hits from coming in. Now the Lord is also wailing on their turret. Panama, they have to do something. ISM, Michael Kaiser on the top side, getting taken out. There's not really much ISM can do. Even the Marcus is unfazed by the Minoan Fury. I think that should be Colombia for the finish.
Yep, lock it in that tower, and that's gonna be Colombia. Wow, that's no deaths for Colombia. Okay, this is a record for IESF. Well, for this day, okay, we haven't seen the next few days just yet. Just complete domination here by Colombia, and I just have to say that this was a complete snowball. Plus, Martis was their jungler, right? So total snowball from the side of Colombia. It was hard to bounce back from that early that they were able to get. I was actually hoping that Panama will be able to hold out until the late game, but unfortunately, it was the complete aggression from the side of Colombia, and they were there to win in this first game. What a statement from the Colombian team here, right?
This is basically a true damage lineup that was fed gold each and every turn. And if that happens, if you give the Leslie all the items he wants, if you get the decimate timers right, if you get the health low enough, and you go for the non-stop decimates, I mean, this is the result. No deaths for Colombia, and that was actually a relatively quick game as well. I think for the day, I think that's probably the fastest game of the day so far. And there was just no answer. This Minotaur was definitely not the answer that we were looking for here, or at least not the Minotaur I was expecting. When I see a Minotaur, I kind of expect it to be really razzle dazzle kind of deal. You know what I mean? So Definitely a big props to Colombia for pulling off this lineup.
Yeah, there's just a lot to deal with in the map, right? So I think for Panama, they were just reacting to Colombia here. Okay, there's a clash here. Okay, we answer after that. Oh wait, we don't have the items just yet. So it was just a struggle, right? Plus, all of the turtles, I don't think Scooby was able to contest any, right? Like they were just playing it safe. They're like, okay, let's give them all the turtles, but it was just after all those turtle takes from Colombia, plus all the kills that they were getting, it was just hard for like Panama to answer out to this. Plus, they were doing all these tower dives. I mean, 4-man rotation, tower dives from Colombia. So it was just really hard, especially for Michael Kaiser here that really needs the items. They know that very well. They played with their strengths and they were able to just get pickoffs after pickoffs. That's just crazy. Decimation
It was
in,
actually,
like getting terrified as well. So wow.
it was actually quite promising for if maybe if Colombia didn't get such a good early game, right? If they didn't
Right.
get such a quick boost to their gold, imagine what would have happened. Maybe the team fights would have been more equal. But then again, that's what you get when you take more risks. Um, wait, is this a perfect game? Did the tower on top side not get broken? Yeah, I
I
can't
can't
see,
say it's
but
cut off.
uh,
I Yeah, it's not. Yeah, yeah, I see it. Zero
I
tower
think it
takes from the
isn't
side of Panama.
zero.
A perfect game.
It's a perfect game. Oh my goodness. And
Yeah,
no
perfect
objectives taken
game.
as well. So
Hmm.
everything was Colombia. They basically swept the floor with Panama in this game. I wonder what that's gonna do to the mentality of Panama right now, and
Right.
I wonder if they're gonna be able to make a comeback here in game number two.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is the same thing that we talked about in the previous series, right? So there's really nothing much to change, but maybe it's more of answering out to the aggression, right? Like they have to be prepared for that because Colombia was just all out for that first 2 minutes in, right? Like we were seeing kills after kills. At this point, like Rockhard, I'm not even sure who's gonna be the MVP here. Probably like Mary God here should be the MVP. He was getting in all the kills, he was securing in all the objectives. I'm not so sure if it's gonna be Zeno as well, that had a lot of assists in that
Uh,
entire game, had a huge amount of kill participation. So again, I'm not so sure who's gonna be the MVP. I mean, perfect game, right? So I'm not so sure.
right now, I all I can think about is what would have happened if maybe they started off early tempo. Cause yeah, I think Zeno could have been. I think relatively right, relatively speaking, Zeno was actually he scaled up slower here. The Leslie was. I didn't see those amazing like two shot tricks I see on
Mhm.
normal Leslie's. I think he played a more tower taking role in this game. So I think if you're gonna give away the Valentina, you have to be ready for it. And this is a game that maybe they thought they were ready for it. They gave away a black shoe. Maybe it would have mattered, but yeah, they were not ready for the aggression that comes from a Valentina. It was just way too. It was just going ham way too early, and maybe that's a sign for them to ban it out.
Yeah, Valentina is still so lethal, even just with the Shadow Strike and Arcane Shade. That's what I was pointing out, right? Like I think for Abyss at that point was like, okay, yeah, there's no crazy ultimates to pick up there. Yeah, I'll just throw in my Shadow Strikes and Arcane Shades, and it still dishes out so much damage. And I think it was Abyss that got the first blood, and yeah, there you go. Just as we were talking about it, Panem was like, we felt that impact on the Valentina, and we're gonna be batting it away, despite the fact that they actually are on the blue side right now. So they're still gonna be respecting that the Kufra as well. So I think these are just um, heroes that were picked up by Colombia in game number one. The only difference is going to be the joy. Still 100% ban here on IESF.
Now, who are we giving away? Because everyone is open. We have Arlot open. We have Glue open. Faramis open. We gave away too much in this draft. I wonder if that's healthy for Panama here. Although they did ban out the Valentina this time around, they kind of did what I mentioned, but Is that enough for here, Burger Kim? Is that going to be enough to slow down Colombia?
Yeah, and for Colombia, by the way, speaking of slowing them down, this is still the same bans that they did in game number one. There is no difference. So I think they have some information here on Panama, and they're gonna be respecting that, Melissa and Claude, as well as the Fanny. So if this is the case, right, like twice. Two series in, they're still gonna be respecting that. But with that being said, right, there's a lot of heroes here open, like the Arlot, the Novaria as well, that was banned away in game number one. The Glue is also still open here for Colombia to pick up. So yeah, Glue, Glue
Although
Eve would be a great start here. Glue Novaria.
I actually like this. This is a good way to get picks that you want. Don't ban away too many things, right? Just leave a lot of things open so that you get a pick, your enemy gets a pick, and maybe go from there. I don't think that's gonna be a Trizzle pick, but you can surprise me. Uh, something that works
Usually you
well against the
see,
Arlot.
yeah.
Yeah.
I see, like I was gonna point out that I usually see a Terizla being used to counter out the glue. So like you get the glue contained right in the penalty zone. So I think yeah, Terizla is used on like situation. It's a situational pick, but yeah, they hover in, go straight for the carry for Zeno this time. And the Eve, like what I mentioned, still the high ground mage, and without the Valentina here, perhaps I think for Panama, will they go for again answer out the Eve with the Farsa, perhaps, or the Faramis if they want to go for the sustain as well in the clash. It's still open, by the way, and the Novaria.
Yeah, the Navaria not really being considered yet. But here's the Sicilian. It's a very interesting way to deal with an Eve. You don't necessarily have to be close. So they're gonna try to fight the real world manipulation with a long range mage, artillery mage as well. So for me, that's pretty okay. In terms of marksman, though, they face it off with a Brody. What do you think about that?
Brody carry, right? And definitely the Brody can pressure the carry, especially in the early stages of the game. They ban out the Diggy here again for Colombia. So yeah, mostly I think for Chifu, he's still gonna go for center tags here. So take out the problem, take out the Diggy. So yeah, it does make sense here. So they're gearing up for again another center tag here. I'm not so sure what it is this time. The Kufa's already out. Perhaps they need the Lolita here or the Atlas. Is speaking of that, wow, right on cue. They ban out the Atlas here,
Yeah.
which makes sense. Like it's a direct answer. They ban away the Diggy since the Kufa's out. Okay, what's the next best option? They take away the Atlas. And yeah, especially it's gonna give the Sicilian and the Brody a hard time, right?
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I love that. It will stop the it should enable the Terizas to just go ham on this one. And if they still want to go ham, maybe the Kufra might be next on the ban list for Panama. Sorry, for Colombia rather. But no, they're gonna ban out the Martis, which leaves out the Kufra still open. Interesting.
Last ban here for Panama. Are they gonna take away another center tag? The Lolita had a pretty good run here in the first day of IESF, and the Lancelot ban still comes through here.
All
Okay,
right.
yeah, if I were the Cecilian or the Brody, I wouldn't want to go up against a Lancelot that could just, yeah, even tanks a lot, right? Damage Lancelot or tanks a lot. I still wouldn't want to go up against it. Cecilian is pretty squishy, especially in the early game. It's gonna struggle, but this is so lethal, right? From Colombia, you got the penalty zone, plus you got the Grok here. You were talking about the Kadita earlier, and Panama is hovering over this Kadita. Great answer to the Eve, and a great answer to the carry here. So they better watch out for that if this is the final pick of Panama.
I think it is. I think it is gonna be a good pick. It's very aggressive, but nope. This time around, I still go back to the Minotaur. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously they need a decent front line. Xborg would have been okay, I guess, but nope. They go back to the beef. It's Minotaur turn.
Well, there is the carry here, right? So I was expecting like something else here from Panama, but they got very good late game here with the Sicilian, right? Like he's dubbed as the late game king for a reason. You can definitely one shot the members here of Colombia, but my oh my, I haven't seen this. Okay, the last time I've seen this was like well, patches ages ago. Hanzo on the jungle.
I mean, Hanzo is I believe still one of the most underrated heroes in the
Right.
jungle, just because people don't want to pick up the Hanzo because it's fairly difficult to use, and if you use it incorrectly, you will die if you leave your body unattended, and it's easy target pickings for most of teams. But if you can defend it, if you know how to like position with it, and if you can get enough pickoffs with it, it clears the jungle insanely fast. It will kill a big buff in a matter of seconds, and it can also really take down turrets without your team really like suffering much. So ideally, if you can run a Hanzo pick, go ahead and run it. And it just so happens that maybe Colombia is just that confident in picking it up.
Ooh, a high and dry Hanzo. Because I was expecting, okay, like it's tank meta right now. Are they gonna go for like it was a thing? This was a thing. Hanzo jungle. That's really tanky. So like you get like a cursed helmet, you get the dominance eye. So once they locate your body, it wouldn't be so easy to take you down, right? So that's a thing. I've seen this in other regions, but I'm not so sure how Primary God is going to be able to build this. Definitely deadly for
Oof.
Michael Kaiser and Narco Baby here. You can do those tower dives with this Hanzo, plus the high and dry emblem. Gonna be so little for these main damage dealers of Panama. So I'm thinking Colombia are they gonna go for the aggressive type of plays here, especially the Hanzo can steal away the resources here of Panama.
Hmm. If you're talking about resources, that's actually something that they're gonna have to starve out of Zeno. It looks like they're gonna be giving away more gold on the bottom side of the map. That is gonna be first blood for Colombia.
And this is why the Eve is still such a huge factor in the team fights, right? Like why it's still very relevant in the patches right now. The slows, the it's her kit is actually just really so good in team fights, which is why teams actually love picking this up in the first phase. So this was actually a prio pick from Colombia. And I think it's great, right? Like you can pressure in the lanes just like that. You can dive all the way in, but there's
Oh,
the not the fatal links. It's gonna be the the ultimate here from Scooby, forcing out the members here of Colombia back away. But at the same time, right? I'm not so sure if this is good. Yeah, there's great pressure on Zeno, but they're just gonna give away the turtle here to the side of Colombia. By the way, that has picked up 2 kills already in the 2 minute mark. Once again, they're just getting in resources after resources. So Panama has to, not force out ties perhaps, and just, consider taking in resources first.
oh, Guardian's Barrier almost got him. But then that will be enough for Panama to at least recover from this or walk away from this. But slowly but surely, this is also the effect of the Hanzo. Look at that, the purple buff also just getting cleared and not giving away any value to Scooby. The X-Borg really having a hard time in this game.
Yeah, 2K, right? And as for Panama, they're like, okay, it's fine. As long as this game holds out mid until late game, we're all right, right? We got the Sicilian, we got Michael Kaiser here, so it's fine. But again, this is if this keeps up for Colombia, the same thing that they did for game number one, right? This is just gonna keep Zeno getting in all the items that he needs. He just got the crossbow here. Um, and that's gonna be a lot of gold plating right after those two takedowns on Michael Kaiser. So I'm not so sure here for Panama. They should just um, maybe perhaps like not react to Colombia here. I mean, they have all the right to be aggressive here. Hanzo, you got the Grok, so these are heroes that you just want to go for those all out brawls.
Yeah, honestly, there have been too many reactions from Panama right now that they have been walking straight into the hands of Colombia, which I think happened on top side. You're forcing fights and you're baiting your opponents into giving you an unfair advantage. Oh,
there's
once
the wild
more!
card.
Oh.
Oh no, there
Zeno.
is the Minoan's Fury. He's gonna flicker out of that one. And here comes Scooby to the rescue on Chifu. But they're a bit too late there to save Michael Kaiser. Wow, that's 3 deaths on Michael Kaiser. So much pressure once again on the gold lane here for Panama. And again, resources after resources. That's just 4 minutes in second turtle. I mean, not unless there's gonna be a contest here for Panama. This is gonna be once again Colombia getting in all the resources that they want. This is exactly what they want, right? Just keep giving them the resources, make Panama starve here, and just let them have the upper hand. Even Zeno here. Where's the flicker out? There's the slow. There's the real world manipulation, and that's the Achilles free picked up here by Abyss. And yeah, even Primary God doesn't need to join the fights here. He's just using that ultimate to clear out the wave. And even the XP late here. There's gonna be Achilles free, but instantly gets shut down here by Michael Kaiser. And they get in another big take here for the side of Colombia. The mid-side tower falls, but for the side of Panama, they're gonna be getting in this top side. So 1 death already. And Narco Baby, wow, just unable to do anything under the tower here. Chifu really low. Here comes the last insanity from Scooby. Zeno gonna be able to free hit, but that's gonna be another kill. Picked up by Panama.
At the very least, it's not a perfect game anymore, Burger King. I mean, they took out the tower. So it's a start. But definitely, they are losing out on the gold advantage. 5.1k in favor of Colombia. And it's not even 6 minutes in the game yet.
So I think for Panama, right, they finally realized, okay, we don't really need to force out these clashes. If they go all aggressive, let's just be a little defensive. Like, buy some time here. Plus, I think for Primary God here, again, this is deadly on the Hanzo. 2-0-2, one more. He's going to be on a killing spree. He's getting in the items as fast as he can. And with those 2 turtles that were taken in by Colombia, that should be a walk in the park for them. Plus the aggression here on Michael Kaiser. 3 deaths, he was able to take in some towers, but again, unable to escape Abyss's clutches. And that's going to be still Colombia on the lead, on the driver's seat right now. They're not going to let this go up until the late game. And Abyss, wow, all the way in. I mean, you're a lead. You can just go all the way in, have that real world manipulation. Everyone's just going to be
Here's Primary Gold!
There's immortality.
Oh.
No last insanity. Oh, gets hit there by Dalica to seal the deal. And Michael Kaiser here gonna try to do something. That is going to be the ultimate not connecting, and they still survive to see another day. And another tower falls here for the side of Panama.
Nice attempts coming in here from Panama, trying to make sure they have some signs of life. But we are seeing the Petrify version of the Arlock here. They're not using it for engages. They're just trying to react with it. And so far, they are not showing any good kind of reaction still. It is going to be 11k on the goalie with 7.5 minutes on the timer. It's another game that it could go to Colombia really quickly again.
Here's the thing, right? For the side, Chifu is just pretty much willing to do all those dives. Speaking of the dives, they just keep doing it again and again here for Colombia. 2 kills instantly with only Dalica Eto down. This is just Colombia willing to go all aggressive here, knowing that they have Abyss here to back them up with the slows from the Eve. A very early pickup on the Ice Queen one, and just as we were saying that is going to be Colombia. No contest at all from the side of Panama. They're going to be taking in this first lord of the game.
I mean, I don't blame them. It's just so easy for them to take anything here at this point. No problem whatsoever getting into the fight. As you can see, the scary Hanzo right now. They're inside the base. They're fighting under turrets, and they don't care right now. Shifu all alone behind enemy lines, not even scared at all.
the ultimate here, the Kinjitsu pinnacle ninja of the Hanzo, right? It's just so scary for Narco Baby and Michael Kaiser here. The primary targets here are Primary God. They got the Lord here. 21 kills already for Colombia. Not a perfect game, but still a pretty aggressive one that we're seeing from them. So at least for the side of Colombia, they gotta take in as much inhibitors as they can. But again, for Panama, right, this is not a game that Colombia can close out, not unless they take down Narco Baby. That's still pretty much on the back line. They're able to melt down this Lord, so they're safe for the moment. But there's, as we were saying, there's the penalty zone. The Petrify comes through, and the Chief was just pretty much willing to take in all of the damage. They got all that they need. 3 kills in, and there's Zeno, Speedy Light will in super fast here. They want to end this game. 9 minutes in, and they're going to be locking in the tower. There's still no minion waves, and Panama still survives another day. I'm not so sure if they will be able to defend this, because Zeno is locking in the tower, and it's game over. Colombia, once again, going to be taking in this game, and this is going to be the final series. All queen sweeps for the day.
And your winner for game number 3, it is going to be Colombia. Well, I think that's record. That's a record game right there. I don't know how many. I think that was 10 minutes, and it was just way too much to handle. And it was not a single play or anything, right? It was just total domination from the Colombian squad. I would say almost each and every lane had had taken a beating in that game. So again, big props to Colombia for basically shattering records here in terms of game time, at least so far here in IESF. So yeah, definitely a strong competitor here. Keep your eyes on Colombia, folks. Looking really good in this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, it's 2 games straight, right? There's total domination from them, and I think they just caught Panama by surprise here with how aggressive that they can go here. I think for this game, like Chifu was pretty much willing to take in all the tower damage. Like he gets in that nice wall charge, and yeah, you guys do the rest here. Like do the rest. I did the tower dive, and I think it pretty much paid off for the side of Colombia, right? Like all those tower dives was just worth it as long as their damage dealer keeps getting in all those kills. Plus the fact that all the objectives, yeah, were taken in by Colombia. This still in this game number 2. So, yeah, for Panama again, they were starving the entire game. Plus, it didn't really help that there was like a lot of aggression from the side of Colombia.
Again, the only positive I can think about in that game for Panama, it was not the perfect game that time around.
Right. Yeah.
Although because of that, I think the game went faster compared to game number 1. Again, many attempts from Scooby in the early game to try to get some kills onto their side, which is actually exactly what you need to do. If you have an enemy carry on the opposing side, you want to be able to dive on it as early as possible, because the early game is usually where the carry is most vulnerable. Although vulnerable as it may be, I mean, Zeno actually played that to a T. And again, all of this was riding onto the roams of Shifu and Abyss, just making sure that everyone was just so busy keeping their eyes on the prize here, they could not really get any work done. And Panama, again, it's only basically the roams dying, right? I mean, the deaths there came to Shifu, to obviously to the Terizla. Everything else, Primary God is just like, man, I'm gonna go anywhere I want. You do what you do. I'm gonna go into your base. I'm gonna take these buffs, and I will remove all resources from you. That's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, this is the part I was saying. Like Chifu was pretty much willing to take in all the tower damage as long as Zeno gets the kills, right? So pretty much he did his job. Very good support here from Abyss and Chifu here. That really made a difference in all the dives, in all the team fights that Colombia really wanted. I think at this point, like 8 minutes in, Chifu goes all the way to the base. As long as they can pick up a kill, they're aggressive, and they know pretty much it will work. Especially since Narco Baby and both Michael Kaiser, they haven't been doing well, or they really struggle in the laning phase here. So they just went all aggressive, and look at the layering of skills. There's just penalty zone. You got in the wild charge. It's just very beautiful to watch. But all in the end, like it was just Colombia just going straight for the objectives.
Yeah, as you can see on the timer, it is 9 minutes and 45, 50, shy of 10 minutes, right? Almost 10 minutes. That was definitely a record for the day so far. And speaking of the day, it has been a lot of sweeps today, but this was definitely the most decisive performance that we have seen so far. Obviously, Prime Marigold looks really good as an MVP performer. I don't know if he died in some of these games. He barely got a
Yeah.
scratch, right? So I love what he's doing here. But Zeno definitely was a steady performer. He was very safe as a goal laner. He was very, even as a carry, right? Normally carries get dove in so much in the early game, but he was able to survive in this one.
Yeah, he was able to flicker out, right? Flicker out, like very aggressive flicker out to get in the kills. Let's take a look at the MVP of this game. Not a perfect game, but it is going to be actually Abyss on the eve here. Yeah, it does make sense. Wow, 13 kills
No
on
way.
Abyss.
No, that's
No deaths at all. Yeah, we took, like, I mean, the last time I checked on Abyss, like, it was 606. Okay, on a killing spree, they weren't able to shut him down. And I think for the gold here, even though it's not a lot, right? It's not a lot of gold, but the mystery shop emblem really did wonders here for Abyss. I think by 3 minutes in, like, Abyss was able to pick up the Ice Queen wand, which was such a big deal, especially for an Eve, right? Core item for the Eve, and he was able to pick it up 2 minutes in, and they were just able to do all those times thanks to the real world manipulation, thanks to those wild charges. They were able to make the plays that they wanted.
that was as good as it can get, I think, for our players here at Colombia. They got the decisive wins. They got the record game times, and I wonder what else they can get here. I mean, it can only come up from here, right? Or actually, I don't know what maybe they haven't shown everything yet. Who knows, right? Maybe they have a lot of other strategies picking out or hiding out in the back of their hands. You never really know, and that's how big that recent patch was. You see heroes like the Alpha making the rise again. The Minotaur not as successful. Even the Hanzo. I mean, these are definitely fun times for MLBB Burger King.
Yeah, I really am very happy for today, right? Like, there's a lot of new heroes that we've seen, X-Borg even in the jungle, right? So that was ages ago, but we're seeing it here, Granger as well. So there's a lot of new heroes being picked up. So I'm looking forward to see more as well tomorrow. So we're going to be seeing same time, same place, still here on YouTube and Twitch. You can check out the IESF social media pages as well for more information on how you guys can check out the games here. But yeah, more BO3s for tomorrow, more countries as well that you will be seeing. So for day number one, it was a blast. There's a lot I'm looking forward to for tomorrow.
That's right. And for tomorrow, we'll have a few other countries battling it out. We'll be seeing Haiti for the first time tomorrow, as well as Guatemala. So that should be interesting. If for the full schedule, we can actually check it out on the pages. We'll see it on the links. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be Argentina versus Chile and Guatemala versus Panama. Apparently, we won't see Haiti. And we will start an hour later, so you guys watch out for that. So I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I love watching the Americas region battle it out in the MLBB scene, and I hope to see more crazier strats hopefully happen tomorrow.